Can you please have a seat? Please don't write that. دكتور عبد العزيز حضرتك اتفضل. Can't see Raida here. Raida, can you please come and join us here? Raida?
Welcome back from the coffee break, and we are going to start the third session, which is related to corporate social responsibility. Actually, this is may touch on some parts that Christine was mentioning, because we have three papers here. One for banks from Tunisia, and it shows the corporate social responsibility of the listed banks. The other one is related to the concept of corporate social responsibility and how to market this concept. And the third one is a very interesting one, because it touches on the relationship between the corporate social responsibility and the performance of the companies. Which one needs the other one? Because we have a problem that some investors and some researchers think that companies should start with the corporate social responsibility, and then people will trust this company and will buy its products, and the company performance will be better. Some other people think that when the company had a good financial performance, then they have a higher net worth and they have extra cash flow to be invested, then they start to think about whether to do some corporate social responsibility or not. The paper is very interesting, and I'm happy to be in this session. We will start with Nihal. Nihal Shakrar is originally from Tunisia, and she is teaching in United Arab Emirates University. And please,
thank you. So actually, today I'm going to talk about how to use or how to make a change or a paradigm shift in corporate governance and the way how we consider corporate social responsibility. Actually, as it was mentioned by Christine this morning, I'm going to criticize shareholder value maximization. This is actually my work. All my research is based on this. But what is interesting is that I offer a solution here, which is actually based on the integrity model, which was developed also by Michael Jensen. So actually, the problem and the solution are brought both by Michael Jensen, but it's Michael Jensen new edition actually. It's very different person actually. What he since few years actually is criticizing, self-criticizing himself, and all the agency theory he promoted for years. So actually, what we try to do actually in this paper is to show that the focus on shareholder value maximization as a corporate purpose prevents company from being in integrity. And because these companies are out of integrity, they cannot reach what we call workability, and this reduces the opportunity set of performance. So actually here, we need to change totally the corporate purpose, and actually it should be based, or it should be focused on fulfilling what we call fundamental concerns of the relevant parties. We use here relevant parties instead of stakeholders, and I will explain why actually we change the terminology. And so of course this requires corporate governance to be reformed. So we build actually this, or these findings are based on an empirical case actually. It's a case study on a company that we don't give the name, that's an anonymous company, which is established in Abu Dhabi and listed on Abu Dhabi Exchange, which is actually a bottled water company. So what makes us think about the need actually for a shift in corporate governance, paradigm shift in corporate governance and corporate social responsibility is actually the new publications by the World Bank and the United Nations agencies. So for example, when we look at following Islington says that actually corporate social responsibility, or the interest of corporations to corporate social responsibility and to the environment, comes from, or as a result, to actually of three waves of pressure that were formed through actually 2 years since the 1960s. So actually, because there is a public opinion that was formed through these waves of pressure, companies came to realize that they become more answerable and they should actually bring response in terms of what are the impact of their social and what are the social and environmental impact of their business. So actually, what the United Nations agencies and the World Bank published recently could constitute actually a new wave of pressure. So for example, today actually in the inclusive wealth reports of the United Nations agencies, we talk about a new form of growth, which is not focused on economic growth, but actually on what we call intergenerational well-being and inclusiveness. So actually, what does it mean? It means that nations should, or nations are considered to be on a sustainable track if they not only fulfill the well-being of their population, but also they preserve the productive base for future generations to fulfill their own needs and fulfill the well-being. Also, actually, when we look at these publications, there is a focus on inclusiveness. That is actually the fact that we need to preserve for people the capabilities for them actually to transform their resources into life achievements they think they are important for them. And of course, businesses as institutions have a role and should contribute to this new growth model. By the way, for example, the World Bank talks about what we call the genuine saving indicator. The GDP is no longer a relevant indicator actually to measure the performance of nations. The United Nations talks about what we call the inclusive wealth indicator. So actually there is a completely paradigm shift, and that's why we consider it as the new wave of pressure. So actually the way how businesses were managing actually their response to the wide range of stakeholders demand in terms of what are you doing for society, what are you doing for the environment. So the way how companies were doing is no longer appropriate, and they are called to change. Actually, when we look at the way how companies do for CSR and how to assess their CSR initiative, we can see that there are two ways, two different responses. The first one is that some businesses establish kind of two organizations, one economic that is to maximize the shareholder value, and a parallel organization which is actually to give some greenwashing actually initiative about what they do in terms of social and environmental obligations. And there is another approach which is more integrated, and scholars think that this is a more mature stage of CSR and sustainability, where actually businesses realize that, well, actually, when you look good, when you are more socially responsible, and when you care about the environment, you are going to increase your financial performance. But it is still financial performance, the objective. So we care about the environment not because we think that it is important, but because it contributes to maximize shareholder value. So the economic view of accountability does not change here. This is the problem. Our businesses today are designed in a way that they cannot contribute to sustainable development. They cannot be inclusive because actually their only focus is on maximizing shareholder value. And of course, because they are focused on this, they cannot fulfill the relevant concerns of the fundamental concerns of the relevant parties. And so they are designed to be all the time out of integrity. So, what is the integrity model? In two words, very quickly, to be in integrity means that you are going to hold or to honor your word. You give a word, you should honor the word. Okay? And if you honor your word, this will increase workability, and the workability, when increased, will lead to better performance. And performance here, as described by Werner Bernhardt and Michael Jensen, is measured not only as results, but as joy, well-being, the admiration of others, and just about anything else in life that one values. It's very different from the old perspective. So actually, well, here we talk about what is one's word. Okay, so for example, for an organization, what is the word of an organization? I mean, you can say that it's everything the organization promises through, its releases, through the declaration of its people, etc., etc. So all of this constitutes an organization word. So, according to this integrity model, sometimes you cannot keep your word, but it doesn't mean that you are not going to honor your word. You still can honor your word in this case, but what is important in that case is first, you are going to inform people that are concerned here that you are not going to keep your word, and you should clean up any mess. Okay? It goes by not keeping its word to maintain your integrity. So this is very important. So in the case of Blue, actually, and we are doing actually its annual reports, so its CSR reports, etc., we can see that the company has made 3 promises. The first promise is to deliver the highest standards of products in a healthy, sustainable manner. The second is to contribute to saving the environment, to comply with all related standards and regulations. And first, of course, is to maximize maximize shareholder value. So these are the promises of the company. This is the word of the company. In a context which is characterized by a policy in the UAE that is based on Abu Dhabi 2030 vision, in which actually there is a clear trend by the UAE authorities to build a sustainable economy. Let's look at the shareholder value promise. So clearly here, we look at the net profit margin, the dividends paid, and the stock price. Clearly the company is maximizing shareholder value, so actually it is holding and honoring its word for its shareholders. Even if actually when we look at the notes to the financial statements of this company, we can see that it's a listed company, so it is normally required to use IFRS in preparing its financial statements. And according to IAS 20, when you receive a grant from the government, actually you should report it as income. While actually what the company is doing here is handling it. So for example, if say that the sales are 400,000 and the cost is 800, so in reality the company is doing a loss. But because of the grant they get from the government, what they do is that they use the grant of 500 here to reduce the cost. And so it shows a profit of 100. In reality, we need to read the notes and to find the story. But it's hidden somehow. So actually, in reality, this is what you should do. So you have 400 sales income, that is the government subsidy, and then you have the gross profit. So in reality, the company, yes, is maximizing shareholder value, but thanks to the government's money. Now let's look at the environmental and social commitment. Do they honor their word? The company in its CSR policy or CSR sort of reports, they report PET bottled water as a CSR initiative to be a healthy, safe, recyclable, and environmentally friendly choice. So the fact they use this technique of bottling water is for corporate social responsibility purposes and environmental purposes. But let's look actually at the impact of this technique on the health and on the environment. First, actually, it's very important to okay, so actually when we look at the studies, the scientific studies, it's very clear that PET bottled water has an impact on health, okay? And we can clearly show that this company is not really using this technique actually to protect the health of its customers, okay? So we established this argument and we have evidence about this argument. Also, when we look at the environmental impact, actually this company is not even doing any campaign to collect the bottles. So actually the only reason for this company to use the PET bottled water is that it contributes to 15% decrease in its cost. So the company is out of integrity as it's not really honoring its word to the relevant practice. And of course here, this company cannot, and as we said, fulfill its, or the fundamental concern to its relevant parties, because actually it's using this promise to the stakeholders, to the relevant parties, as, I mean, some researchers would say, well, it's aspirational. I mean, this is what we want to do. But actually, it's not true. There is a sense of reality that is imposed by this shareholder value maximization. So if it contributes to maximizing the wealth for shareholders, they will keep doing it. If it is not, they will stop. So actually, they are not really focused on their stakeholders, they are focused only on the shareholder value maximization promise. So actually, if we want to have companies that are designed to be in integrity and to be sustainable and to be inclusive, we need to have a change. The corporate focus should not be maximizing shareholder value, but the corporate focus should be to fulfill all the relevant parties concerned. Someone would say, well, but they are contradictory, or how to manage this. And this actually is or requires a reform of corporate governance. And actually, it goes through the reform of the board of directors. The board of directors should be composed of all the representatives of the relevant parties. Today, actually, the board of directors is composed of representatives of shareholders, of the financial capital. What we need is representatives of financial capital, social capital, human capital, and environmental capital sitting in the board of directors. And all these representatives are going to negotiate what should be the concern, what should be the word, or what should be the purpose of the organization. And once they reach a consensus, so then actually the company should or could be or is able to make a promise and could have its promise. So it could be in integrity. So this is based on what we call co-determination. By the way, this is the model that exists in Germany, the model of co-determination, but which we want to extend to be used actually to have all the representatives of the three forms of capital, the United Nations, and the work that we're talking about, so that we can have companies that are in integrity, so that they can increase their workability, and workability will lead to better performance.
Thank you for this presentation. I think it is better to have three papers, and then we open the Q&A answer. So if you have any questions for the hand, just write them in a piece of paper, and then at the end we have this Q&A session. Actually, we started about 7 minutes late than planned, so that's why we went also 7 minutes late than what was planned. We are running out to have this paper from Dr. Mohammed Al-Ais. I think you all know him. He's a professor of accounting in Zagreb University. He's had contributed in accounting research since many years, and he's still doing research, and this is something that is very interesting, because the majority of us, Dr. Al-Ais, and they stop doing research at a certain stage. So you are continuing, so we are proud. And also, he had written a very interesting, and I think this is the only book in Arabic for research methodology in accounting that I benefited from reading it, and I asked all the researchers if they don't know about this book to read it, because it's in Arabic, and it is very interesting. It covers all the research methods in accounting. So till the presentation is ready, I think it's fine. So we keep it as 20 minutes, Dr. Abrais, 20 minutes, and then we'll save the time for Q&A sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Al, for this presentation. My name is Mohammed Al-Ais. I'm an accounting professor at Agadir University. Before I get into the paper, I would like to give some little background as to how I come to be interested in this subject. About a year ago, one graduate student at Agadir University presented a proposal to investigate the effect of social performance on financial performance in a seminar. At that time, I raised the question of could it be also the reverse direction? Could it be that the financial performance affects the social performance? And at that time, I had not been exposed to the literature on this topic. And I got interested in looking at this relationship and specifically to assess the direction of causality between social performance and financial performance. Okay, so first, the definition of CSR, which I wrote in this study, is that it's about efforts in firm returns by voluntarily engaging in actions that could enhance some socially desirable ends beyond the firm's own interest and without legal requirements. Now, these actions and activities include environmental considerations, community interests, employees' interests, corporate governance, diversity, and a whole lot of other dimensions. And okay, that's what I'm using in this paper. The first question is, the question is, are successful firms more socially responsible, or are more socially responsible firms successful? And what is the direction of causality? In other words, whether social performance is a stronger cause of financial performance than financial performance is of social performance. So I'd like to see where the direction goes. Literature on this relationship between CSP and CFP is tremendous. Enormous literature. To see this, in about 20 years' time, there were 5 review articles. Ray et al. 95, Bertlet 2003, Ray and Longlin 2012, and Cohen and Simnett 2015, and Hong and Watson 2015. 5 comprehensive review studies in 20 years' time, which means that the issue is very active and very alive in this case. To summarize the results, the research done on the 3 decades, 1970s, 80s, and 90s, positive relationship between CSP and CFP, social performance and financial performance, 12 positive studies, results, 7 total of 35 positive relationships. On the negative side, there were 20 studies ending up with a negative relationship. 9 studies were no effect or inconclusive. So we have mixed results about the nature of the or direction of relationship between the 2 variables. A later review study, Margolis et al. 2007, in fact, they reviewed 167 studies on the same topic. and the results were again mixed. But the general result, the balance of evidence, was that the relation between CSP and CFP is generally positive, but not very strong. The coefficient of CSP in the regression is not very large, small coefficient. So the relation is not as strong as might be thought of. Among the major ratios is the causality, again, from CSP to CFP, relationship goes causality between the two from CSP to CFP, number of studies, and also we have the opposite direction in the number of studies, so again we have mixed results on the causality issue. As far as the environmental context, which is very interesting for this current study. When we had 2015, we examined the effect of environmental context and found that found support for a stronger CSP-CFP relation for firms operating in developed countries as opposed to firms operating in developing countries. And if we are a developing country, it will be interesting to see whether we have a relation to begin with, how strong it is. Although I'm not going to compare the strength of the relation with the two environments, because this is simply beyond the scope of this study. The methods and models used are very diverse in this literature. Traditional oil is regression. Time series fixed effect regression model. This fixed effect regression model takes care of the omitting variable bias. If the model suffers from omitting variables with unknown effects, then this design will mitigate the effect of omitting variables. And this was used also in some studies. And the third methodology used was granular causality approach. This is an econometric approach developed in 1969 by Granger. It's econometric, and it's applied in two steps. First step is to determine the best time lag between the two variables. Is it 1 year or more than 1 year? And after this, use regression with control variable to determine the direction of result. Okay. As for the variable measurement in trial studies, the CSP measures were used or were measured in specific measures. For example, measures from community participation, environmental considerations, corporate governance, and so on. We interest corporate governance, etc. And one main shortcoming of these specific measures was that they are somewhat subjective in measurement. So we have a problem with the reliability of the measurement. The KLD index is another measure, which is an aggregate measure of the social performance, where individual action and individual social activities are measured and evaluated first, and then secondly combined with certain weights to arrive at the general or aggregate index called KLD. And KLD, in fact, index is a database which provides all these measures for companies working in Western. As far as the CSP measure, financial performance, in fact, one study counted 88 measures of financial performance, 88 measures, variation. And the most popularly used ones of these were ROA, ROE, market return, and so on. Limitation of literature, first lack of theoretical foundation or basis, failure to distinguish between social disclosure and social performance. In some studies, they substituted social disclosure for social performance. But there is no evidence about strong correlation between the two. So that's a major criticism. Another criticism is that social disclosure is a poor, in fact, it's a continuation of the point, it's a poor proxy for the social performance. All right? The vast majority of diversity financial performance measures, agreement now counted, as I said, 80 financial performance. This was a criticism, and I think if we have consistent results, findings, then this would be an evidence of robustness of the analysis. So I don't see this as a problem, per se. Technical difficulty. Okay, there's also a question about the adequacy of the reliability of safety measures, subjectivity, as I mentioned before. Right? Causal hypothesis. We have 6 causal hypotheses. As I said at the beginning, the original idea was that the social performance affects financial performance, and I thought the opposite was also true. Turning out that there are 6 different hypotheses about these relationships. First one is social impact hypothesis, which implies or predicts a causality running from CSP to CFP in a positive way. So we have a causal positive relationship going from CSP to CFP. The idea here is that as the company spends resources, money on social activities and social actions, that this will enhance the reputation of the firm and also the relations with customers and community and so on, which transpires in the end into better financial performance. That was the idea. Another hypothesis is the trade-off hypothesis or the available funding hypothesis. That CSP activities will enhance financial performance through what is the mechanism here? Negative. I'm sorry. And in a negative way. So the causality goes from safety to safety in a negative way. This is based on the idea that assigning and allocating resources to social performance will take from the wealth of the shareholders and also reduce income. So in this case, we will have poorer financial performance and the relation is negative. The other direction, from safety to CSP, also exists. We have 2 hypotheses, lack of source hypothesis, which say that successful companies with high earnings will generate additional resources which will be available for social activities. So we have a causal positive relation from safety to CSP. We have also the opposite direction, managerial optimism hypothesis. This is based on the agency theory. And the idea is that management, in terms of its own best interest, if the company is making money, is making profit, management will not spend money on social performance to maximize its own on bonus or compensation. On bad years, if the company is losing money, then management may consume some resources on social performances, social activities, but in a conspicuous way. Idea is to offset the negative image about the inferior financial performance. The last two are simultaneous interactive relationships, virtual cycle and vicious cycle, from positive from CSP to safety, positive synergy process. Safety will generate resources, will improve the reputation of the company, which will improve CFP, and safety, better safety will produce more resources that can be allocated to social activity and so on. So it's a spiral. And the other negative synergy effect also predict the interactive relationship between the two. A negative. The method used, as a matter of fact, the study differs from all previous studies in three important respects: in the method, in the measures, and in the environment. Okay, all different. So the method is instead of regression and random and so on, it's a design from psychology, cross-lag correlation design, which is the quasi-experiment design. And this design involves three sets of correlations. If we look at A and B as two variables, A could be the financial performance, B could be the social performance. So we can have three sets of correlations. A1 would be 1, A2 would be 2, and A3 would be 3. These are synchronous or contemporaneous correlation between the two variables in the same period. Okay. The second set of correlation is between it's intra-variable correlation between the variable itself and two different periods, A1 to A2, A2 to A3, and so on. Third one is the cross-lag correlation. The synchronous correlation, if they are high, correlation between A1, B1, A2, B2, and so on, is an indication of high shared variance between the two variables, but it's not an indication of immediate result. Right? If they are very low, correlation between A and B also will have no meaningful result. The intercorrelation A1 with A2, A2 with A3 could be looked at as measures of reliability of the measurement of the two variables. Except that when the variable has experienced growth and also is affected by macroeconomic variables, which is the case in this study. The two variables in my study are affected by time, growth, and also the profit and social performance, and also by macroeconomic variables. So, the important correlations are the cross-lag, B1, B2. If B1, B2 correlation is higher than A1, A2, B2, then conclusion would be that B is a stronger cause of A than A is of B. So what I did, I took three successive periods, 2007, 8, and 9. Let's talk about the measurement. CSP is measured by the index weights on the EEGS index. This is an index created by Standard Food Indices and the Egyptian Institute of Directors and President, and used for the first time in Egypt 2007. Okay, it's a combination of performance on E for environment, G for governance, and S for social. Okay, and are combined. This index includes the top 30 companies in the stock exchange on this performance. So the index weight will be used as a measure of social responsibility, social performance, social. The financial performance, I go back. financial performance will be measured by return on assets. Okay, we have three samples. Sample one is 2007, 2008. This sample contains the companies that made the index in two successive years, and 1 year later. The number of the companies were 20 out of 50. And the second sample was also companies that made the index in two successive years, 2008, 2009, and the number was 19. And the last one was companies making the index for three successive years, 2007, 2009. The number was 14. So there are deletions and addition to the index over time. The first two samples are 1 year there, the third sample is a 2 year there. Descriptive statistics, very nice results. Okay, and you look at the correlations, the only significant correlations, luckily, were the cross-layer correlations. So we don't have a problem with potential third variable causing the two. Index weight, the social performance in 2007 leads the financial performance ROA in 2008. Correlation was 0.37 and the p-value was 0.05. Correlation for 2 years, index weight for 2007 leads the financial performance in 2009 with a correlation coefficient of 0.42 and significant at 0.07. Not very high, but acceptable. Otherwise, other correlations were not significant. Two interesting things here. The cross-lag correlation from 2008 to 2009 were insignificant, both ways. From IW8 to ROA9, insignificant. ROA8 to IW9, insignificant. So there is no clear clarity in the data of this. The second thing is that this model predicts temporal erosion in the correlation coefficients over time. What happens here is exactly the opposite. The correlation, cross-lag correlation is the first 2 years, IW7 to ROA8 is 0.37, and surprisingly, it increased to 0.42 over 2 years there. And I say that this may be due to the peculiarity of small samples. We have pretty much small samples in this case. Okay, so the results of the study, the data supports the direction of causality from CSR to CFP in a positive relationship. Secondly, the social impact hypothesis is also supported in agreement with other studies. The third point is that in Egypt, being a developed country, we still have strong causal relationship compared to the developed countries. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Les, for the presentation. And as I said, we will keep the Q&A at the end of the session. Now we are going to have the presentation of Dr. Raida Shaklun. Am I saying incorrect? Dr. Raida Shaklun, she is Assistant Professor of Accounting at the University of Carthage. And she is going to present a paper related to the performance and the disclosure of listed banks in Tunisia stock exchange related to the corporate social responsibility. as we have the first paper related to the integrity model and the velocity beyond the corporate social responsibility, Dr. Borais had tested the relationship between the two things, the social performance and the financial performance. So now we'll have some results from the performance of the listed banks in Tunisia related to the disclosure of the corporate social responsibility. Here you are.
Today, I will present my paper the development of CSR disclosure of Tunisian listed banks and to support analysis. This paper is called with my student at the University of London, Tunisia. The format of my presentation, I will present the research context and motivation, research objective and research question, after literature review on research hypothesis, research design, result and discussion, and finally, I present my policy applications. There are an information asymmetry between stakeholders and managers, stakeholders that have a serious crisis of trust, and managers who make discretionary choices related to accounting policy and voluntary corporate disclosure. This information asymmetry makes conflict of interest between these two parties. This conflict of interests are mitigated by mechanisms of corporate governance, and mechanisms of corporate governance could be classified into internal and external mechanisms. And there are interactivities between these two types of mechanisms of corporate governance. And we study the internal mechanisms of corporate governance studied are ownership structure, and the external is disclosure and other reports and websites. I will present the arguments to focus on the CSR disclosure in the banking sector. Bank transparency is currently of crucial importance. The implementation of regulatory tools that are such as Basic 2, in particular, the Pillar 3 of Basic 2 is entitled Transparency and Market Supply. Also, CSR is an ethical dilemma that financial institutions face, and banks should tend to reflect several social aspects in their reporting, upon which banks' activity and product have an impact, such as employer-related issues, community involvement, and other issues. Banks have both a direct and indirect effects on the environment. The direct impacts: the banking sector is regarded as a strong consumer of resources such as paper and energy. The indirect impacts: the banks indirectly affect the environment through their funding and investment policies. Our banks should orient their lending policies to environmental favorable projects and green or ethical investment projects. At the time of writing of this paper, there are 3 published papers that have expanded its mind into the development of CSR disclosure of Tunisian banks. The work of Rebecca and Ashlabi, Mir and Takosh, on the work of Greece and Jarboy. Only the work of Rebecca and Lafleur does not exclude the companies from financial sector, and true that the membership of the company to financial sector affects its societal disclosure. There are two motivations to writing this paper. The first motivation is that no account has been made to examine the determinant of CSR disclosure for banks in Tunisia and Sydney. The second motivation, previous study used the annual report as the only communication medium of CSR disclosure, although internet has become an important medium through which companies can disclose information of different natures. Now, I will give a small idea about Tunisian city. Tunisia is an emerging North African civil law country with high ownership concentrated, state controlled. There are a lack of firms accountability. There are an adequate pressure of civil society. In this country, there is a low protection of minority shareholders, although Tunisian financial market moves toward strengthening of transparency and disclosure. And there is a weak legal enforcement concerning corporate disclosure. CSR reporting is voluntary in Tunisia. Our contributions could be summarized as follows. First contribution. Our study adds at the scale literature on CSR disclosure by focusing on financial institutions, banks in an emerging market. Second contribution. This paper focuses on the determinant of bank CSR disclosure in two spots: annual reports and websites. And finally, there is the first study to examine the extent and the determinants of CSR disclosure for some of Tunisian banks. We have two objectives. The first objective is to investigate the extent and trends of the voluntary corporate social responsibility disclosure. Our second objective is to analyze the determinant of CSR disclosure in annual report and website of listed bank in Tunisia. Our research question is: what are the main determinants of CSR disclosure in both medium, annual report and website of Tunisian listed banks? Now I present the hypothesis of the work. We base it on three theories that are agency theory, legitimizing theory, and stakeholder theory. We state our first hypothesis as follows: science has a positive impact on the level of CSR disclosure in the annual report and websites of the Tunisian listed bank. Because there are a mixed results in the previous work, we cannot choose a direction for our second hypothesis, and we state this hypothesis as follows: age has an impact on the level of CSR disclosure in the annual report and website of the Tunisian listed bank. Also, our third hypothesis, there are no specified direction for the third hypothesis. Our third hypothesis, financial performance, has an impact on the level of the CSR disclosure in the annual report and website of the Tunisian listed bank. Our fourth hypothesis is related to the indebtedness. We say that the indebtedness level has an impact on the degree of CSR disclosure in annual report and website of the Tunisian District Bank. Our fifth hypothesis in the state shareholders has a positive impact on the level of the CSR disclosure in the annual report and website of the Tunisian District Bank. Our last hypothesis is foreign shareholders has a positive impact on the level of the CSR disclosure in the annual report and website of the Tunisian District Bank. Now we summarize our hypothesis. There are two groups of hypotheses. The first group is related on the characteristics of bank size, bank age, bank financial performance, and bank indebtedness. The second hypothesis, the second group of hypotheses is related on the structure of ownership of bank that are state ownership and foreign ownership. The methodology of this work. We based on a sample of 11 Tunisian listed banks that represent all listed banks in the Tunisian Stock Exchange. These banks are observed during the period 2007, 20, and 12, and the website are observed during December 1913. Our data are extracted from banks' annual reports and banks' websites. I present now the measure of our main hypotheses that are corporate social disclosure. We use manual content analysis. The sentence is used as the unit of the analysis, and we use the index of Rango and Rodriguez, composed by 2038 items. The subcategories are environmental disclosure, human resource disclosure, product and consumer disclosure, and community involvement disclosure. Our independent variables are bank size, bank age, financial performance, leverage, state ownership, foreign ownership. These are our independent variables. We use only a control variable that is the type of auditor. This is our empirical model, and because we use accounting model, the method, the statistical method, this is the negative binomial regression. Now I will present our results. Descriptive statistics show that Tunisian listed bank discloses information primarily in a narrative form. Human research are the main focus in the annual report. Community involvement is the main focus of the website, and there is no serious problem of particular collinearity in our model. Our first hypothesis is refuted. We find that bank age is positively associated with CSR disclosure in the annual report, positively but not significantly associated with CSR disclosure in the website. This result allow us to validate partially our second hypothesis. Financial performance is positively associated with CSR disclosure in the annual report, but is negatively associated with CSR disclosure in the website. And we can say that our third hypothesis is validated. Leverage is negatively but not significantly associated with CSR disclosure and annual report. But this variable is positively associated with CSR disclosure and the website with a low significativity. This research allows us to refute our fourth hypothesis. We find that state is positively associated with CSR disclosure and the annual report. Also, it's associated positively but not significantly with CSR disclosure and the website. Our fifth hypothesis is partially validated. Our last hypothesis is refuted because foreign, we find that foreign is positively but not significantly associated with CSR disclosure both in both annual report and website. Our control variable audit type of auditor is negatively with not significantly associated with CSR disclosure and the annual report, but it's positively but not significantly associated with CSR disclosure and the website. We make our business test and use the marginal effect model, and we find the same results. In this slide, we summarize our finding. State ownership and financial performance affect positively CSR disclosure in the annual report, and we find that financial performance affect negatively CSR disclosure in the website, and that this level affect positively CSR disclosure in the website. We conclude that the determinant of CSR disclosure in the annual report and CSR disclosure in the website are different. Policy application. We expected that the results of this work may be useful for all Tunisian market participants, like investors, financial analysts, managers, market regulated, because it presents a diagnostic of determinant of bank CSR disclosure. Thank you.
Before I open the floor for questions, I have I'll start with some questions related to whether the listing requirements and conditions require that companies disclose their CSR activities, or it's voluntary. So there is no requirement for disclosures in companies being disclosed, or not some companies can disclose sometimes, and the CSR especially. Companies try to disclose more on this issue because there is more benefit if we have not a fraud but fake disclosure, as long as there is no requirement and the specific format also in Egypt we have something, because now I'm sitting between two important papers, paper for performance and paper for disclosure. And I believe that the performance is more important than disclosure, because sometimes you perform well, but because there is no, I mean in the social responsibility, because there is no requirement to disclose what you have done in the corporate social aspects. You don't have to disclose, but you have already some corporate social activities. That's why in Egypt, 2007, I was involved in creating this index for the corporate social responsibility, and it's active, and it's the website of PGX. There are companies that have the highest performance of disclosure in the corporate social responsibility, and these companies, we selected them and we put them in the index for environmental, government, and social. It was created by Standard & Poor's, and we continue to use it, and each year we change the sample of the companies that are included in this index according to the social performance of the companies. Actually, I found by myself, without doing the research, because I was involved in this story, and I found there is no relationship at all between the financial performance and the social performance. Some companies have very bad financial performance, and they have a good corporate social responsibility performance. Yeah. And some companies, no, I mean, there is no negative or positive. You cannot say anything. You find in the same sample, some companies are like this, some companies are like this. You cannot say the direction is going this way or is going this way. The problem in the index that we have in Egypt is that it follows the old definition of the social responsibility, and it does not cover everything. Now, the GRI, Standard Global Reporting Initiative, that covers both the financial and non-financial, which includes the three parts. It includes many elements that are included in the corporate social responsibility. I understand that they are going to adjust the index in Egypt, and they are going to include many other, because if I give equal treatment to my employees, if I give my employees the opportunity to be trained, and I give them some career path and career development, I am doing some social responsibility related to my employees, not only pollution, not only donations, because people think that the social responsibility is donations. This company is making donations and they are having a special charity, therefore it is doing good social responsibility. No, they are planning to earn some points to gain some hasanat when they are having the day in front of God, and they are calculating the assets and liabilities to get their net worth. But they are doing this. But the social responsibility is not to have a charity and to give donation and to do this. When you give opportunities to your employees to be trained, when you give them a good working environment, when you give them a career path that they can go up and understand things, this is also one reason why companies are there, not only to get some money. When they get equal treatment, when they get opportunities to all people, this is also some other thing. I open the floor for questions, and please specify the questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the interesting presentations. My name is Eli Rassa from Notre Dame University in Wednesday, Iran. I have two comments, and if I may, a small correction. The first comment, this is for Professor Abulaziz. Maybe if you can actually include the work of Carol in this perspective, because Carol has demonstrated by using a multi-perspective on the relationship between social performance or social responsibility and social performance, and was able actually to find a very strong positive relationship between them. Now, the other comment and a small correction goes to Dr. Shakrun. The first, if I may, the work of Becker and Rodriguez in 2008 was grounded in a socio-political perspective. That's the legitimacy theory and not the agency theory, as the slide actually say. And my question to you is, how could you explain the difference in the results in the two sets, the one pertaining to the web pages and the other one which is related to the annual reports? Thank you.
As for the comment about using
multi-frameworks,
we have constrained sample size. The index is composed of 30, up 30 companies. And the company that survives the index will be necessarily less than 30. So with this such a small sample size, this will limit the analysis and using further methods. In fact, one special feature of my paper is that the model used fits small sample size, because with 19 companies, 14 companies, there's no way you can perform grain of culture or even regression with some control variables and obtain any reliable estimates. So this was a major constraint, and because of this, I recommend this method, this model for such small samples.
We find that there are different determinants of CSR disclosure for the two study supports, and it's normal to find this result because these two supports are different.
But I mean, both of them, we're talking about disclosure of social information. So whether the information is disclosed in annual reports or it is disclosed on the internet, which I believe also the internet do have published annual reports in them. So I mean, how would we expect this difference to happen? I mean, is there any reason? Can you list any reason behind that?
Thank you.
Observing all and listening to all the papers which has been presented today, I think there is a very important factor is absent. I mean by it, the maturity of the stock exchange market. And this is very important, especially in our case. In our country, I think that all the data which media researchers build are heavily affected by many factors rather than the real performance of the companies listed in the stock exchange. And I think Dr. Ashraf has a wide experience in this, that many other factors are affecting the changes happening in the stock exchange market, especially in our country or in some underdeveloped countries also, like Indonesia. So the second observation is we are in front of multi-factors phenomenon, which is the financial performance or the social performance. So I didn't hear anything about how the researchers isolated the other factors rather than the main variable which they are talking about. The performance of the companies, especially in the stock exchange, are affected by many other factors which very difficult to isolate. But if there is any tries how they can isolate it from other factors.
Let me give the microphone, but I think that for Dr. Olez, he used the return on assets, not the change in price or the accumulated return. I think he did not affect his results by the market price. It was the return on assets. The companies that we include in the S&P index for ESG, are not based on their share price. It is based on their social performance. So this is isolated from the market stock price.
Certainly, there will be other variables affecting financial performance other than social performance and vice versa. However, if you have large enough samples, there are methodologies to deal with this. I mentioned one of them, which is the fixed effect curve model, which takes care of the omitted variables. So you're talking about omitted variables now. We isolated two variables and neglected all other variables. The fixed effect curve model will take care of this statistically. In our case, with very small tiny samples, there's no way we can use time series and regression models with any reliability. So this is a limitation. And in fact, I wrote at the end of the paper that the results should be taken with coaching.
Any other comment?
Thank you very much for the three presenters. But I would like to take you back 2 years ago when we used to hear about kidnapping some oil foreign companies in Nigeria. And the kidnappers were asking for ransom to release them. And at this stage, globalization trend was strong. And as a result, many international institutions started to push strongly forward towards corporate social responsibility, particularly in countries where multinational companies make a lot of profits. Now, after 20 years, we are talking or debating about the effect of corporate social responsibility performance on corporate financial performance and how this will affect. I would like to hear from the presenter. Going forward some years from now, what we expect corporate social responsibility coming stage will be. What will be the trend? We continue with enhancing the idea of increasing corporate social responsibility and cutting more from profits towards corporate social responsibility for many reasons, or we might see the corporate social responsibility disappears in some coming years. So I would like to know the trends in the future and whether we think that this will be developed further in the future. Thank you.
Why don't you
as I explained actually in my presentation, today the United Nations and the World Bank, which are actually very major institutions in the world, do not talk about economic performance anymore. They talk about well-being, and they talk about the necessity for nations to preserve not only the financial capital, but also the human and environmental capital. And if these nations are not protecting or maintaining these capitals, they are not on sustainability track. This means that all what the corporation did today, up to date, is not contributing to what these international institutions are expecting, which means actually the CSR as is practiced today is just key to corporate hypocrisy. It's not really preserving the natural capital. It's not really preserving human capital. So there is an and overall in doing business that is required so that we can meet the expectations of these international agencies.
Probably, I mean, there is now cheap finance, very cheap finance for companies that have a good corporate social responsibility. That's why many very large corporations they start to disclose their activities. Some of them they do activities and they use not to disclose, and the other use not to have activities, but now they move because international organizations and donors and also international finance corporations they give a very cheap finance to companies with the highest score in ESG, environmental, social, and governance score. And that's why nowadays we have standards for business disclosure. We have the program reporting initiatives that contains two parts, financial and non-financial. And I'm a member of the board of one bank, and we have a fund from one international organization, and this fund with a very cheap interest rate, and the conditions is that it should be given to companies with certain criteria for the corporate social responsibility. We didn't use the fund because we didn't have companies that meet all of these criteria, and companies, when they know about this, they start to adjust their performance related to this. So I think in the future there is a trend in the corporate social responsibility, but again, not a charity system, not a donation story. not عملوا مدرسه وعملوا وحده صحيه بتاع ويجيب الدكتور مقدور يعالج الناس المسكينين، يعالج الناس ببلاش وما اعرفش ايه، فالراجل ده حلو قوي فبيعمل سوشيال ريسبونسبيلتي. This is not a story. There are 7 pillars and these 7 pillars should be fulfilled, and many of them are related to the work conditions, the vendors, how we select our vendors. Are we talking only about cheap price, or we set some standards for the quality, because the quality of our raw material will affect the quality of the product. Are we buying from, we need to respect even our vendors. Are they using kids in their factories? Because if they are doing this, we cannot deal with them. But by time, the market conditions and the market power will take companies to more corporate social responsibility. Another one last question, and we have to leave.
This is Dr. Ilan from Venezuela University. I have some questions to Dr. White also. Social responsibility is known. Is it voluntary or compulsory? Do banks use? Shall I wait or not? I have a question.
You finish your questions? All of them.
Okay, I will. Number 2, banks use standalone reports. They disclose social responsibility only in the annual reports, or they also use standalone reports or literature report. Is it in another form? Standalone reports. Is it used only, as you mentioned, in another form, or also be filed or quantitative form? Number 3, I think it's interesting if you can investigate also in your study whether CSRP increased during the study period or there is no difference at all. The last one, eventually, SASP, Social Accounting Sustainability, Accounting Standard Board in USA in 2014 has issued many standards for social disclosure in any investment, including in banking investment. I think it would be useful if you use them or add them to your study. Thank you.
The first question is if CSR is disclosed in a separately. No, it's integrated and the annual report. There isn't a special report to CSR disclosure activities, and it is a voluntary disclosure. It's not required by the law. Second question is about trends. We find that CSR disclosure is increased over the time, over the period, study period.
I think يعني adding or including as a hypothesis. You have to, if you are investigating whether it increased during the study period or decreased, and in which item,
The last question is about
it's 2014. It's issued many studies because I think they are converted to be a compulsory disclosure, social disclosure. This is the new actually code in USA. Has issued new studies.
Thank you for your remark.
Actually, I think there are more questions and detailed questions, so you can discuss it during lunch time. But Rita, I would like to thank all of you for the presentation, and Raina, and for the participants. But we need to be here 1:30, okay? Because Dr. Hussein arrived, and I think he has another commitment after that. So we will start at 1:30, inshallah. Thank you.
معايا انا مش عارفه والله اصلا انا المكتب هو اللي صاحب المؤتمر انا بعمل بس مباشر بس ماليش اي خلاص مش مشكله
بصي انا كان في زميل هنا اداني الفلاشه دي بس انا مش لاقياه دي بتاعتكم خلاص انت حطيتي عليها البرزنتيشن
معلش عشان هو دكتور المفروض ان هو عليه هيعمل برزنتيشن دلوقتي، فهو كان عايز يترايل هنا.
انا بس تحديث لللينك تبقى موجوده دايما.
مش هيبقى مفتوح.
ايه؟
مش هيبقى مفتوح.
ماشي. بس بحيث ان الناس اللي بتتابع تفضل متابعه.
هو كده مفتوح.
واللينك من على السايت هيخش عليه على طول مظبوط يعني.
هو كده اول واحد اللي هو بتاع الجلسه الافتتاحيه، تاني واحد مفتوح.
طيب.
زكي بس قولي هنا على الويب سايت في استراحة أنا اللي أقول. طب ليه كده؟ تعالي هنا بالإنجلش بس عشان هي جود بالإنجلش.
لا لا عشان اعمل ايه؟
تقولي إنه يبقى في استراحة ما ينفعش نكتبها؟ There will be a break for lunch and then we will be back and resume our sessions. Thank you. حلوين.
ايه؟
شوف كده يا أستاذ نبيل. دي ما تستحملش.
هو ده البرشونات اللي حاطينها هناك تعرفوا الناس في المركز يعني. هو هيعرفوا
Have a seat, please. Right.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's our pleasure to introduce Professor Raif Rosan, Institute of Management Accountants, USA, in this second training session. And the topic is thoughts on competence integration in accounting education. Dr. Raif is a Vice President of Research and Policy and Professor in Residence for the Institute of Management Accountants, IMA, where he leads global thought leadership efforts and oversees student and academic relations programs. He is also a chair of the IMA American Accounting Association Management Accounting Sections Curriculum Task Force. He received his MBA and PhD degrees from School of Business, New York University, and he holds a variety of professional certifications, including CPA, CFA, CPE, and ACMP. For the map of the session, we give the floor to Professor Raif for 40-45 minutes to have his presentation, and after that, we open questions for the floor.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. So I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed that first plenary session this morning. Christine was right, that's one of our favorite movies in the West, so I have to admit to get a little lump in my throat when I saw that clip come to Wonderful Life. And it seems to get a little harder to see that around the holidays, but again, I always look forward to that movie. But it was also a very interesting presentation, I thought, because it's a perfect bookend, I think, to the presentation that I'll be giving today. So Christine asked, what kind of research is important? And challenge us to up our game in our research efforts. And today I'll be talking about the other side of our responsibilities as faculty members and as the teaching side. And I'll look at what we do teaching and how we can improve our teaching efforts. And it'll be focused on competency integration into accounting education. But before I get started on that, I did want to talk a little bit about IMA. It's the professional association that I work with. And it's one of the leading global professional associations of management accounting around the world. It's almost 100 years old. We have almost 75,000 members now. It's a member organization, so we have over 300 chapters globally, and over 100 of those are student chapters here, student chapters on many campuses as well. Again, we're a global association. We're US based, originally US located, but now have offices around the world, China, Europe, and the Middle East. We're not over here, it's our head of our Cairo office. find out more about our activities, we can speak with her. We offer a professional certification program, the CMA, which we think is the gold standard of certification in our field. And I don't have time to talk a lot about this now, but we offer many, many programs to help support both the research and teaching efforts of academics. So we have a research foundation that helps fund our research. We have student-oriented programs and student memberships. We have CMA scholarships. We just started a higher education endorsement program where we're endorsing universities that have meet the high quality standards of the CMA program. So if you'd like information on any of these programs, we do so much more. Talk to Renat. There's also a brochure in your bags, I believe, in English, just summarizing the many programs we have, and there are Arabic copies outside the table as well. So enough of the commercial, but I sincerely mean that we want to help you both in your research and teaching activities. By way of background, the work that I'm going to talk about today is the result of a task force that I chair, formed by the IMA and the American Accounting Association's Management Accounting section just over 5 years ago. And it's composed of a rotating set of individuals, but basically leading textbook authors, practitioners, and academics in our field. You may know names, may use textbooks by Ed Wilker, Pete Brewer, David Stout. We have 3 ex-presidents of the AAA, the American Accounting Association, that are part of this task force. So it's a very high-powered group of folks that are focused on improving accounting education. Originally, we were going to focus on identifying the skills, the management accounting skills that students needed. But we came to realize that wasn't broad enough focus. We really need to look at the competency of all accounting students needed to possess. And so that's what I'll be talking about today. And by way of background, we all know, or should realize, that accounting is a changing profession. It's dramatically changing. The environment in which accountants operate is changing. Technological advances are making much of the work that we used to do not relevant, but unnecessary. The environment is kind of more global. We have the flattening of the earth and all the implications associated with that. We also see an expanding of accountants' responsibilities. As technology has made the more mundane, less value-added activities that we've done in the past unnecessary, accountants are moving to more and more value-added activities. But the challenge is many accountants lack the skills they need to meet these expanding responsibilities. So there have been numerous studies that indicate that there is a gap between the skills that companies want their employees to possess and the skills that they do actually possess. And this is one of my favorite quotes. There have been studies conducted not only by IMA, but leading consultancies around the world. This is a quote from an IBM study, probably not conducted in Ethica, upstate New York, but we'll go there. But it says that more than 45% of CFOs surveyed indicate that their finance organizations are not effective in the areas of strategy, information integration, and risk and opportunity management. And these are key areas now for finance and accounting professionals going forward. In management accounting, the situation is perhaps even more dire than possible other areas of accountancy. And that's relevant to all of us in this room because more than 80% of students will work in the field of management and accounting, either when they get out of school or a few years after they enter public accountancy and then transfer to corporate accounting. In addition, the role of the management accountant and corporate accounting is evolving. We see that management accountants are becoming business partners with the rest of the management team of an organization. And so being able to have the competencies, the skills needed to assume this role of business partner is increasingly important. This is true not just in corporate accounting, it's also true in public accounting, especially if you're a CPA to a small, medium-sized enterprise, where you're a financial advisor to that small enterprise. So it's a concern that that's relevant throughout our accountancy profession. And so we as faculty need to be sure that we're preparing our students with these necessary skills. Here's a little bit of a warning. It's from the Pathways Commission. This is a high-level blue ribbon, whatever type of commission that was set up by the American Accounting Association, the American Institute of CPAs, to look at the future of the accountancy profession and how do we need to prepare for it. And in their report, they had this quote: if the accounting community continues to concentrate on the financial accounting systems and not understanding the technology and dynamic business processes that run companies in the 21st century, the accounting profession has the potential to become obsolete. I mean, that's an indictment of the state of our profession. It's a warning that we need to take very seriously. So, we can't just lay the blame at the feet of the profession. We as accounting educators have a part to play as well. So we know that the competencies that accountants need for long-run success are expanding, but the focus of accounting education in general has not kept up. There's been piecemeal efforts to address this issue. Generally, it's too narrow a focus on career entry skills. So the question is, how do we, as accounting education, as academics, change to meet the evolving role of the accounting profession? So the first step that we need to do is to find these core competencies that accounting students need to possess. And over the past 25 years, 40 years might be an overstatement, there's been a substantial effort involved in defining these core competencies. The problem is that they've largely focused on entry-level competencies that students need. So the ACCA, I'm not knocking it, but the ACCA has a core competency framework for entry into the accounting profession. So again, it's entry-level competencies. The ACSB also has entry-level competencies. And the International Accounting Education Standards Board, again, has Statement 1, looks at entry-level competencies. But our task force developed a competency framework that addresses the skills students need for their long-run career success. And we published this in a paper last year, and it divides competencies into 3 categories. One is foundational competencies, the second is accounting competencies, and the third is broad management competencies. We can devise this framework after doing extensive literature search, comparison with other frameworks. We worked with the Pathways Commission's, one of their task forces, and presented probably a dozen competencies for feedback. So these foundational competencies include things like communication, quantitative skills, analytical thinking, problem solving, personal relations, and technology. The accounting competencies with external reporting and analysis, planning, analysis, and control, taxation, information systems, assurance and internal control, and professional value, ethics, and attitudes. Then the broad management competencies include leadership, ethics and social responsibility, process management and improvement, governance, risk management and compliance, and a variety of other broad management competencies. This framework was based on 4 recommendations that were created with that framework. And some of these ideas I've touched on a little while ago. But the first was that the perspective of accounting education should be reoriented to a greater focus on demands from long-term career demands. Prior to joining the IMA, I was a department chair, and I would talk to the recruiters, and they would say, you need to prepare your students. Don't teach them accounting standards. We can do that. You need to teach them to think. And I've talked to other department chairs at some major universities in the US. One of them said, well, what's the problem? Will my students get jobs in public accounting? Pretty much as a CPA school. But the problem was that most of those students would have had transferred to corporate accounting in 3 years. So they're not being prepared necessarily with the competencies that they need for their long-term career, just at a first initial job. Here's a great quote from Joel Dempsey, one of the leading researchers of our time. A vast amount of the curriculum is arguably aimed at preparing the student for the initial job. You know, I think many of us may be guilty of doing that. It's certainly important. Because I'm important, but so are the ones that follow. Second recommendation was that the focus of accounting education should be broadened to move beyond a narrow focus on public accounting. Again, we need to prepare our students for their lifetime career in accounting and not just probably that first job. As I mentioned before, over 80% of accounting graduates ultimately will pursue jobs in corporate accounting. And so accounting curriculum should prepare students, who should provide that basic knowledge that students need for their career across a wide variety of possible entities. Thirdly, the educational objectives of our curriculum should reflect how accountants add organizational value. So this has evolved over time. You know, way in the past, accountants might be viewed as bookkeepers by compiling and reporting data. Again, that technology has changed, and that role is rapidly disappearing. That's good, because accountants today are increasingly asked to complement those traditional accounting competencies with broader management competencies. And that will help them collaborate with other managers in the organization to improve the performance of their organizations. And finally, most relevant to my discussion today, the competencies of accounting education should be developed in the curriculum as integrated competencies. So we all know that there are many ways that we can deliver the content in our program. And in too many schools, we teach our curriculum in functional silos. Right? We have our financial accounting, we have our management accounting, we have auditing, IS, etc. It's a challenge to break out of that, but by integrating the competencies that we're delivering into our students, we'll better prepare them for the workplace environment. And when you think about it, in practice, integration of competencies is how accountants deliver value, how we add value. We're not just delivering value by focusing just solely on accounting competencies, but we can add value by integrating these broad management competencies, by looking at business issues in a holistic, broader manner, and bringing those skills, the new skills that we as accountants possess, to the management table with our broad view of operations, and again, be a valuable member of organization teams. Integrating curriculum also helps increase students' level of cognitive ability. So this is one model of cognitive abilities here. It's King Kirchner, where students go from knowing to identifying to analyzing, prioritizing, and anticipating. And students, or people in general, will achieve the lowest levels of cognitive ability first. A couple things we need to recognize is, first of all, that it's necessary to achieve these levels of cognitive ability sequentially. You can't jump from, say, identifying that cognitive level of ability to anticipating. You have to go from one step to the next. How do you go from one step to the next? By getting deeper knowledge of the subject matter and examining with greater contextual complexity. By having integrated curriculum, we're able to do that. So hopefully you're buying into this argument that curricular integration is a good idea. It's a question that's how do you go about doing that? Well, the onus is not just on us as accounting educators. This competency integration is a lifelong learning process for accounting professionals. And it starts when students are in the undergraduate program. It continues on during their early career, or say during their master's program, and it continues on after that when they graduate throughout their long-term career. So looking at, for example, at this second from bottom row here, the integration of accounting and broad business knowledge row, we see that at the undergraduate level, students typically come in with limited knowledge of accounting, with knowledge of the business environment. So in that level of education, there's typically limited integration across accounting and business competencies. When students enter the master's program, they have a better background, greater knowledge, and then we can try to achieve considerable integration of accounting and business knowledge. And then finally, when students become professionals or pursuing their careers, they develop the ability to integrate accounting and broad business knowledge in highly uncertain and evolved situations. So this was the competency framework that I presented a little while ago. And we use it to discuss the different types of integration that you can have in your curriculum. The first is within a single competency. So this competency is planning, analysis, and control, and we can discuss various skills or knowledge within this competency. A second type of integration would be between accounting competencies. A third type would be to integrate both accounting and some broad management competencies. And the fourth type would be to integrate foundational competencies and accounting competencies. Now listen to 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's not a sequential type of integration. So I think all of us probably in our classes already have some level of integration. We're probably integrating communication with our some accounting competencies, like making students write papers, do oral presentations. So we're already having some integration in our programs. But we're talking about increasing that level of integration. So that might have seemed a little abstract, so here's an example of how we might go about doing that in a capital investment decision situation. So say we're looking at a situation where a firm is considering making a major investment. Where would we start teaching about this? Well, typically this plan, analysis, and control, and within that we have screening and preference decisions. So traditionally we'll say, you know, compute the IRR, compute the ROI, what's the payback period? Right, we can approach that situation, that decision, in a very, very limited fashion. But we can make the discussion much richer and by bringing in other aspects of that decision. So still within planning, analysis, and control, we can look at behavioral issues. You know, what's escalation of commitment and various decision biases and such considerations can also be brought into that discussion. But we can do so much more by integrating, say, external reporting and analysis competencies. What would be the effect of that decision on the financial statements? What would be the effect on the financial statement ratios? We can integrate taxation considerations, right? That would be probably a major factor. What are the tax implications of that investment? We can include expanded insurance and internal control. What are the implications of this type of decision? Say we're buying an investment in a factory in China, major implications there. We go further, integrate more management competencies. If it's a major investment, there's likely to be organizational changes, major organizational changes that would occur. We could include a discussion of organizational change management. How can we ensure that this implementation of this investment is successful? We could incorporate corporate social responsibility considerations. Right? What if we're planning on investing in a factory outside our country? What's the impact on employment? What's the impact on the environment? You know, it's kind of ties into the first plenary presentations. Risk assessment. That's, you know, where most major investments have some element of risk. We could identify the risks, how we mitigate them, how we avoid them. We include financial consideration. What's the optimal capital structure? What's our cost of capital? And finally, all the various foundational competencies. We could further this discussion. Communication competency, as to prepare a paper, present that paper. Quantitative methods, clearly there's some modeling that needs to be done with regard to that. So now analyzing this decision, analytical thinking and problem solving, I guess, it keeps this analyzing the situation. Interpersonal, we have students work with teams to come up to present a plan or a decision. And finally, technology, there's probably various computer models that we might be using to analyze this decision. So here's again an example of a decision that we could present to our students in a very limited manner, but also could expand in many different ways in keeping with our objectives of our course and our curriculum. And, you know, here's another example, inventory management. You know, if we approach this from a financial accounting course, we would say, you know, what inventory method are we using? What's the impact on the financial ratios? Well, we could make the discussion much richer. You know, look at the planning, analysis, control. We can think about what are the optimal levels of inventory, how we're going to calculate that. We can tie in discussion of information system competencies, look at documents and data flows for these inventories. What are insurance? How many frauds have there been with regard to inventory and falsification inventory accounts? With regard to board management competencies, we could tie this discussion of global sourcing decisions. You know, we're outsourcing to China, what's the environmental impact, and outsourcing to not to name countries, but countries that might have child labor issues. With regard to process management, just have a discussion of food production. Inventory risks, and so on and so forth. So our curriculum is rife with topics that we could discuss very narrowly, or which we can discuss much more integrated, a much wider set of competencies, and giving our students the ability to enhance their cognitive levels. So I said, wow, this is great. So how am I going to go about doing this? It's not a trivial task to integrate your curriculum. So the best way to think about this is to not think of it as all or nothing. There are schools that have their curriculum integrated across the whole program. That takes considerable resources and time and effort. But we advocate an incremental approach where you can start within your own classes. You start by looking how your topics within your curriculum, within your course can be integrated. If you're teaching multiple courses, you could think about integrating topics within those courses. If there's a colleague who also thinks this is a good idea, you can talk about some sort of integration between your courses. Maybe it'd be a common case that's used across your courses. So I know, for example, at Babson College in Boston, they integrated their management, accounting, and operations management courses, and they have a common case that they use across those courses. So again, integration, regardless of who initiates it or how it's implemented, can occur without completely overhauling your curriculum. So it might seem like a daunting task. Again, we recommend it to start small and then get early successes, look how students are doing better, and then proceed from there. So there are considerations when you think about implementing your curricular integration. One is the need to develop content for this integrated accounting education. And so, for example, one of the things that IMA has is an educational case study journal. This is a gratuitous plug for that, so I'm the editor of it. And one of the things that I encourage are case submissions that involve competency integration, that aren't just straight number crunching cases, but involve competencies in a wide range. The organizational challenges of implementing more integrated education in schools and colleges. You need to have faculty that are interested in doing this or required to do this. You need to have the cohorts of students. The students may be coming in now. They need to structure your courses so that they possibly build on each other. You may have faculty that are coming in meetings. So again, it's their organizational challenges. Then you have to finally deploy teaching methods that draw on these higher level of cognitive development or helping students develop these skills. When we think about how the implementation scope and what makes implementation more complex, there's 4 categories of complexity. One is the number of competencies that we're going to be integrating. Is it a single accounting competency, multiple accounting competencies, or integrating board management competencies? The number of learning objectives really, as we increase the number of learning objectives, the complexity increases as well, especially if they're across competencies. As we increase the number of professors, the effort gets more difficult, especially when we consider their areas of expertise. Not all of us are experts in everything. In fact, none of us are. So we have to really think about what parts of the integrated course, say, can give a faculty teach. And finally, the number of courses. If it's your one course, it's sort of a lot easier than if it's throughout your program. When we think about this, and this is now to be a little more at the administrative side of curriculum integration, we're thinking that it follows a typical life cycle model. where initially there's some level of integration in your program, right? You're having presentation skills, communication skills that we're drawing on, integrating into our accounting competencies. As we implement curriculum integration, the degree of integration in curriculum clearly increases, and at some point, the effort will reach a maturity level, hopefully a high level of integration. But that is not a level that will be sustained without effort. So we have the benefit of several folks on the task force who teach at schools whose program are integrated. So University of Denver and Brigham Young University. And they lived through these efforts. And it takes effort to maintain curriculum integration. You have to have faculty that are committed to it. And if they leave, you need to replace them with faculty and competencies to maintain that integration. So over time, there will tend to be a decline, a slight decline in level of curricular integration. And then a program will have to decide whether to go through a renewal effort to maintain that integration or continue with that decline. So you might say, well, where do I get started? How do I even start thinking about this? So to identify the opportunities for integration, we just need to connect the different aspects of a given topic. And so here's a couple of questions that you might be helpful for you to think about when you're going through your course and thinking about how you might approach integration. So how are the ex post and ex ante aspects of a topic related? So in the investment decision column, for example, we looked at how we might analyze that investment, but then we can also look at the reporting aspects of that review. Then how are financial and non-financial aspects of the topic related? This relates back to the first plenary session. We're looking at the financial aspects of this investment decision. What about the environmental and social aspects of this issue? We include discussion of those. If you'd like more information, we've actually published 2 papers issues in higher education, one last year, one this year, and we're working on the 3rd paper for our trilogy. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions about curriculum integration. We'd love to hear about your experiences in this, if you've tried it, what the challenges and successes you might have had. And besides that, I'd be love to answer any questions you have about IMA or the academic education programs that we offer. So thank you very much.
Before we open the discussion, just to write some very simple thoughts here, asking myself, we are in danger as accounting professors, we are in danger or not? That's the first comment. Second, I entered a very important meeting in New York, organized by IMA in 1995, and I remember that this meeting, they gathered together the academics from some universities and some businessmen from banks and audit firms and industrial organizations and so on to change experience regarding the academics, present what are the skills we have in our courses and what are the knowledge, and businessmen and industrial organizations and industrial companies mentioned the skills we need in the students. And we have, as you mentioned, the gap. Still the same gap. We have lack of strategic planning, lack of finance, lack of risk management, lack of strategic marketing, lack of strategic finance, and all this stuff. And most of the schools are focused on governmental accounting and taxation and financial accounting, still we have the same trend and the same gap from 1995. Regarding the exams, Dr. Life talked about the entry exam and professional exams. Now, in most of the countries, the student after finish secondary school, for them to go to business studies, he has to go into admission test exam in business to know what are the skills is relevant or not to business in general, accounting, finance, marketing, to study that after he finish secondary school. I think we need to connect more accounting with industry, accounting courses with industry. I think we need to go into provide the students with skills, help him to apply what's called performance management in our companies. Not just measuring numbers, not just analyzing numbers, not just solve some issues regarding taxation and financial issues, but actually goes into beyond that, as he said, business partner in performance management as a main concept. That's simple thoughts. I wrote it when we get to this valuable lecture from Dr. So we open the discussion now, and if I have questions from the floor as well.
Thank you very much for the really informative presentation. One question that comes across my mind, not only for accounting education, but also for all other business areas. When you look at the research in accounting, for example, you see that it's much more advanced, much more responsive to the environment, and much more controversial. Is there any way where we can integrate those advances in research into business education? I will read my question.
So the question was, accounting research is much more advanced than education.
And much more responsible to the environment and changes in it. Is there any way of integrating this research continuously, in continuous phases, into accounting education, either professional education or either on the foundation? I guess it would be more appropriate for the more advanced levels that you kindly mentioned, but would it also be possible to include these? Because as somebody who's interested in marketing education, we have been trying to do this as well. Because there is a very large gap between what's discussed in research seminars and what's taught in the classroom.
So there's a famous saying that I'm going to probably botch, but it goes something like, "I've seen the problem, it's us." and that's so true here. So I've spoken with the author of the leading management accounting textbook, and I said, there's so much stuff in your textbook that is less relevant to practice today. Business environments, less manufacturing oriented, more service oriented, and there's still a lot of this heavy duty cost accounting in your textbook that A is not as used in practice today, and B is a total turn off to students, so they all want to go to financial accounting. And he said, the author said, I would love to get rid of that in my textbook, but faculty will not buy it. They expect to have certain topics that they want to talk about in their course, and if I don't include that topic in my course, they will not buy my course. So it's, we need to heighten our awareness of where the profession is going, what skills and competencies are needed, and use resources that are applicable to that. So now, also, the course package, so that's a little less of an issue possibly, but we can supplement our courses with research that is more leading edge. And just again, as another plug for IMA's resources, we published a series of monographs for statements on management accounting. And when I did like 30-page monographs on contemporary issues in the field. And when I was a faculty member teaching contemporary issues in management accounting course, I used to supplement my course with those SMAs. So there are resources that we can draw on out there. You know, it's really a little more than just go and check through our textbooks, but we need to make that effort. That's definitely. I did want to just follow up on one of your comments. So I mentioned the third paper that we're working on. It's actually the fourth paper. It's the future of the accounting profession, and we face tremendous challenges with the MOOCs, the online education, and we really have to address the future of accounting education and how we as educators add value to the educational process. No more questions? I also wanted to address one other comment we made about the skill set that students possess. You know, we have the higher education endorsement program, and the goal of that is to help ensure that students possess a well-rounded educational background. So we have a variety of competencies that students need to succeed long-term in a corporate accounting environment, and schools that train their students on just 3/4 of that will receive our endorsement. So it's a standard approval, so to speak, of programs. We want to help schools develop their programs if they're not up to that standard. But again, our whole goal is to help advance management accounting, professional management accounting around the world.
By the end of this valuable session, I would like to thank Dr. Walid Johnson about this valuable lecture. And by the way, I would like to thank the chairman of Accounting Department, Dr. Ashraf Shakir, about this valuable conference, National Conference Affairs, National Conference in Accounting, Faculty of Commerce, Cairo University, Accounting Department, and it's a big opportunity to express our opinions and exchange our ideas regarding very important accounting issues. Thank you so much. وشوفكم كده ان شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا.
I would like to thank Dr. Hussein Isa. I know he had many commitments today, but as an accounting professor, he decided to join us. So thank you very much. And also, I would like to have a comment here. I'm an accounting and finance guy. So I'm feeling that Dr. Wael, which is a marketing professional and head of the business administration, but is making a free ride on this conference. And he is asking many questions, and at the end he is going to very thank you, Dr. Hussein.
May I have your attention, please? From 2:30 to 4 o'clock, we'll have two sessions in parallel. One here is about corporate governance, and on the Jersey room, there is one session on management accounting. So please, if you want to join the management accounting session, please go to Jersey room. If you want to continue with the corporate governance, that's here. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start straight away. There's no break. We'll have a break after this session. Here is shared by Professor Muhammad Hassan. Here is shared by Professor Awad.
استاذن بعد اذنك، عايزين 2 مايك، واحد هنا وواحد هنا. فبالتالي في المكتب. بيتعزم على مصر.
الواحد مش
We have our presenters here, please. We have 3 presenters. First of all, I want to thank Professor Matthew Abdul and the organizing committee members for their efforts to organize this conference. And I want to thank everybody who came to participate in our honor. This session we're going to have speed papers on one of the hot issues, which we have a lot of papers and a lot of PhD and master dissertations are written on corporate units. We are going to have speed paper, for example. The time that we have for our session is 90 minutes. So we're going to have each presentation for 20 minutes. Then at the end, we are going to have 30 minutes for questions and answers. So we'll start with the first paper. The first paper by Dr. Price. Mr. Price is a PhD student at the University of Manopah, Tunisia, and the paper that is going to present is titled The Effect of Multiple Directorships on Real and Accurate-Based Earnings Management, Evidence from Saudi listed firms.
It's a great honor for me to present my paper entitled The Effect of Multiple Directorships on Real and Accrual-Based Earnings Management, Evidence from Saudi listed firms. The paper is co-authored with Professor Hakim bin Ahmed from University of Tunis and Professor Dr. Khalid Husseini from Plymouth University. We will start our presentation by explaining why we choose to concentrate on the Saudi context in particular. First of all, at the beginning of the paper, we reviewed the main corporate governance characteristics in the Saudi context. The corporate governance code was issued by the Capital Market Authority in 2006 and amended in 2010 in order to regulate and develop the Saudi capital market and increase the credibility and transparency of financial reporting. So we have three main periods in the history of corporate governance in Saudi Arabia. Before 2006, starting from 2006 and going to 2010, in this particular period, the corporate governance regulations were not mandatory. After 2010, the Saudi Corporate Governance Code regulations become mandatory for all listed firms. So all companies have to comply with these regulations. The corporate governance code states that a member of the board of directors shall not act as a member of the board of directors of more than 5 joint stock companies at the same time. So there is a limitation on the number of other directorships that the director in the board may have in other listed companies. There is no limitation regarding the number of multiple directorships in non-listed companies. So from this article, we choose to study if there is any impact of multiple directorships on legal and accrual-based earnings management. Now we will review the most important studies on earnings management in the Saudi context. Al-Habis 2009 examines the association between corporate governance mechanisms, including board composition, board independence, separation between the responsibilities of the chief executive officer and the chairperson, and the composition and independence of audit committees. The main committees in Saudi Arabia are the audit committee, and there is also an executive committee. But to supervise directors, the audit committee play a key role. And earnings management in the Saudi business environment, it is a sample of Saudi joint stock companies for the period from 2005 to 2007. So this is before the regulation in the Saudi corporate governance regulation in the Saudi context become mandatory. He measures earnings management by using current abnormal accruals. These results provide no evidence that corporate governance mechanisms mitigate earnings management in the Saudi business environment. Of course, he does not consider here earnings management as another tool to manage reported earnings. Al-Hamidi 2012 investigates to what extent corporate governance and external audit can affect earnings management practices. The expectation of beneficial corporate governance practices and external audit constraint opportunistic earnings management activities is to a large extent found to be inaccurate in Saudi environment. No internal corporate governance except outside director, independent directors, and board sites, the number of boards of board members, and board meetings examined in this research are shown to have any significant effect on earnings management. The same use only accrual-based earnings management. Moria had page 2013 find that some corporate governance attributes, namely board size and independence, are negatively and significantly associated with earnings management. So, as you can see, results in the Saudi context regarding the relationships between corporate governance characteristics and the real earnings management lead to mixed results. This study covers the period of 2006, 2007, 2008, and 2009. So, this relation is
حاول توصل وصل الكهرباء عشان اللابتوب تحطه قدام الكاميرا ففي دكتور صبح لما دي حاجة على المنصة.
Management understood respond to any change in the business environment. And there is a cause-effect relationship between management accounting and the environment. Management accounting has any change whenever there is any change in the business environment. That's by Kalman 1985, which we come back later on it, to discuss the relevance of those information. The environment comments in 2003 summarized the factors that affect management accounting in the last 3 decades. They, in summary, they mentioned the competition, the emergence of market and customer-oriented companies, changing relation and information technology, and the business structure, merger and acquisition of firms in the last 3 decades. Other factors, the changing need of information and features. The main factor is the contribution of professional bodies in management accounting or the development, which is that important part for the business unit. The debate, Kaplan 1984 and Johnson and Campbell 1987 say that despite the great change in many aspects of the business environment, management accounting, there is no significant change in management accounting since 25. Variance et al. 1999. There is a number of empirical studies including that traditional management accounting system is still widely dominating the practice of management accounting. And there is annotations such as ABC and balance scorecard, which is not as widely used as it should.
Innovations. Okay.
Harry Green said that in 1995 there have been a number of management accounting innovations since 1960. Emphasis on variable costing and contribution-based reporting in the early 60s. The focus on zero-based budgeting in the late 70s. And the development of activity-based costing and its domination of the literature in the late 80s. Scales and fairness, 2000 argue that there have been a number of innovations in management accounting since the publication of Johnson and Campbell 1987, such as activity-based costing and balance scorecard. Traditional system domination, that's one of the aspects that Johnson and Campbell argue that a leadership of management accounting reasons. Many researchers have claimed that the need for more information about the organizational activities as the traditional management account system are unable to provide that information to decision makers. Criticisms of traditional budgets and their assumptions. There are some says they are very costly, time consuming, and hard to set together, and little value. Do not pay enough attention to the uncertainty involved in a rapidly changing environment. Uncertainty, yes, involved in a rapidly changing environment. Hope and Fraser go further and said that the budget should be made with adaptability and has not been able to provide a new version of budget to support command control culture. Nearly it all 2003, Hansen 2003, 2003 budgets and budgeting process enhance the centralization of decision making. The criticism that budgets are not connected to strategy is unfounded, and budgeting process is used in many organizations to support their strategy. That's what Libby and Lynn said. It says opposing the notion by other research. Budgeting, another research said budgeting is the cornerstone in the process of management control or organization. Budgets offer a helpful direction to all matters of work, and it's also appropriate to a wider set of non-financial objectives. Budgets and the budgeting process are value-added and cornerstone of planning and control processes in all modern organization. The role entails some traditional management accounting practices. Some traditional management account practices, such as the full costing system, are still widely used for decision-making process. Apart from the application of activity-based costing by very few companies and the greater use of non-financial measures, firms in the reviewed studies have not made any significant changes in management accounting systems. First, 2019-94, sorry, no problem if all costs can be directly traced to each cost center, but the calculation of the product cost requires a division of some types of costs by some methods. Gordon 2004, even though many organizations prefer to use direct labor hours as a single way of allocation of overhead costs.
One measure.
The contribution of academics, there is a gap between the theory and practice of management accounting. Researchers have to bridge by focusing on field-based research. In the session before here, we are having problem with the Lawson, Professor Lawson and Professor Risa mentioned the problem between the textbooks and the practice of management accounting in general, and cost and management accounting in the
Academics and professionals.
Yes.
We know the views of those.
We know how to do that.
Still making the same view.
Yes.
Hating academics.
We know how to do things, but we don't do things in what we think is right. Knowing 1987 disagrees with Joseph and Cameron about their criticism of universities, saying that academic researchers and casting alternatives before selecting a particular method. So students are told that the cost driver must closely related to a particular cost should be selected to allocate this cost to projects. Taking into account that the cost of the procedures is less than the benefits. Contribution of academics again, none of the textbooks advocated using a 1.8. During 1990s, students are told to choose an allocation base which bears the closest relationship to the overhead cost incurred. Our early 90 and former 1996 overhead allocation base are told to explain which bases are appropriate for evaluation purposes in order to meet the requirements of external financial reporting. There's a distinction between successful and unsuccessful companies is usually focused on the ability to plan and control costs. The concentration of one single cost system offers two distorted, aggregated, and vague information to be brought of value to management. Drawing Taggers 1995 says that management account functions are dominated by financial accounting in Turkey, where the same procedures used for external reporting are implemented for internal purposes. And management accounting has become a subservient of external financial statement and editorial purposes. Just want to mention the Scarlett and various thoughts about management accounting and financial accounting. The relation that the introduction of computer technology has influenced the nature of work and the flow of information. It's possible to design a system that meets the requirements of different users, leaving no reason for the domination of one information system over another. The innovations of management accounting in the last 3 decades can be summarized in three systems: activities-based costing, which concern the cost, the determination of the product costs, and allocation of overhead costs over products, and this should, in theory, is a good system to allocate the cost operating to products, but in practice, some of the shares says that it's too complicated and not easy to use, and few companies and firms in UK and the USA
You are very close to the 50 minutes limit.
Yes, I'm close to
2 minutes.
and the strategic management accounting also innovation can consider the analysis of the internal work of the organization and the competitors, and in order to plan, and it's a tool for planning. Balance scorecard, we know the balance scorecard consider the evaluation of the company extra to the financial aspect, which concerning the internal and the training and the customer aspects of the organization. These three tools has also a debate about them. Some of the research, appreciated it, and other research says that it's too complicated. And for example, balance scorecard, alignment of the four aspects of the assessment of the organizations are not clear, and the questions what to evaluate the company is not clearly determined. Before I say thank you, just this is the question: what do we think about management accounting relevance in general? I think the problem is from the way of you going to we see management accounting innovations and development. If we say this yes or no question, it's not easy to decide. But if you see it from the different aspects and some development of existing systems and innovation of the system and step-by-step development, we can see over the time that there has been a lot of big progress in management account aspects, in theory at least. In practice, it depends on the companies and their ability to implement the systems. Thank you, and I'm very sorry for the.
Nothing sorry about. I have 2 microphones. Anyway, this subject is not new, and the question itself is not included in the paper. It should be asked in what do you think about management accounting relevance? It should be changed into what do you think about management accounting importance? It is very important. Without management accounting, decisions will go astray.
will not be taken in a rational way. Full stop. Anyway, thank you for the presentation. The paper itself is well written. The presentation didn't expire. I'm used to it expire. But it can be very hard to others to follow. Anyway, the questions from the floor are open now. I call Dr. Salah, Professor of Management Accounting, to add his remark. If you would like to talk in Arabic, there is no problem. Okay.
شكرا
عبد السلام عبد السلام اكرم ما عرفش
بس هو دايما عندنا هو بحث يكون مشكله البحث والاداء هو بحث يعني اصلا بنفهم العقل ولا السابق
ريفيو
يعني فين مشكله الموضوع مشكلته فين؟
دي مقاله بحثيه صلاح
يعني هو عرض السيرفي اللي بيتكلم فيه مساله مدى ملامه المحاسبه الاداريه بس عرض يعني حاجات يعني هل هي مشكله اكاديمي ولا مشكله تطبيقي؟ يعني حضرتك بتقول مدى الملامه الناحيه الاكاديميه واللي معروف ان دلوقتي يعني البحوث في مجال المحاسبه الاداريه قدمت درجه كبيره ولا مساله التطبيق الفرق
What is the question? What is your question now? In simple words. The question, not your comment. The question is start with the السؤال هو هل لماذا كيف
يعني هي مشكله اكاديميه تقدم على الاخر ولا عدم ملائمه من الناحيه الاكاديميه ام من ناحيه التطبيق؟
بس خلاص this is the question.
صح كده احترمنا مدتنا واحترمنا
براحتك
انا معاك.
هات الميكروفون يا صلاح.
وضع ثلاث جوانب للضياع
Absolutely. Can you respond in English now?
Yes. Johnson and Kaplan said three aspects of management accounting relevant rules. One of them is the academic contribution to the rules of management accounting. They said that the academics do not put enough effort to improve management account price and make them easy to use in organizations. That's one of them. So they blame academy for the practice side because you have to put something easy to use and easy to implement. For example, we have ABC and the balance scorecard, which are provisions to management accounting, but they are not used as expected because many companies find not easy to implement in their organizations.
I think this is enough to answer the question. The techniques of ABC and balance card and some other techniques would cover the answer now. It doesn't really matter. We are looking for the benefit, what we call the normative approach. What is the benefit? To apply. Whether to apply or not to apply, this is not our problem now. Okay? By the way, I asked Horengren some years ago about the balance scorecard in American multinational and international companies. He said, I asked them also, and they opened the system and explained the system to him, to Horengren. Then he said, are you applying the systems? He said, no. The Americans are not applying the BACC, are not applying the ABC, applying what we call the traditional techniques. You don't have to travel far to find large corporations, not even using budgetary control. These are the words and the statement of in late 1960s of Argentine in a huge conference in England. You don't have to travel far. ليس عليك أن تبتعد بعيدا لكي تجد منشآت كبيرة لا تستخدم حتى الموازنات التخطيطية. To that extent, I'm not evaluating the paper. I'm just adding something to the paper. I think Dr. Saeed Abu Al-Aziz would like to shoot a question now.
There is a question in the back as well.
Okay. فين يا مجدي؟ لا فين؟ رئيس؟
I think Professor goes both ways. In some cases, the academia and themselves lags behind the application and the practice. And this was the case with the ABC. It was not an accounting invention. It was taken from the practice. And then
from the field.
Yes. And on the other hand, as you say, some firms and some large corporations, especially that are not in the competitive life, they don't have to use sophisticated methods and models. And I think the criteria here is if you are under severe competition, so either you are in or out. In this case, you will search for keys of success. And of course, you will be willing to spend money on applying the new techniques. But if in an environment like ours, you're not under severe competition. You can get away without having to be sophisticated in your accounting systems and in your management accounting application.
Okay, you got any question? You got any question, Dr. Saeed?
Yes.
You got any question or just a comment now?
It's a comment.
A comment.
No comment.
Okay, I do agree with you. This goes back to 1975 when somebody asked David Solomons. You know David Solomons?
Yes.
The great professor. Is there any theory in accounting? His reply was very simple. If there is a theory in accounting, the theory is the best of practice.
A good theory is the best practice. Yes.
Theory is the best of practice. النظرية في المحاسبة هي أفضل ما هو مطبق في الحالة العملية. إحنا ما بنعملش نظريات في المحاسبة ونديها للناس يطبقوا. رئيف, we'd like to ask, where is رئيف? Okay, go ahead.
Just a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is a subject that's so near and dear to our hearts, and we sponsor many research studies on this topic, conduct many ourselves. We conducted one last year, which is a reason prior study, and it's validated your initial statement that many companies are dissatisfied with their accounting system. Look, like 80% of them are dissatisfied. And the irony there is that they're not motivated to change those systems. So is management kind of relevant? The question posed in the 1980s. I think we're in a different situation now than then, even though that might not seem to be the case, because the costing systems in many cases are not leading the visa companies. Because we have more powerful tools. We have activity-based cost, activity-based management, balance support for strategic cost management. But the problem is in the 80s and 90s, a lot of these tools were oversold. They were sold by consultancy, they were sold by the big four accounting firms as silver bullets that would answer your needs just if you apply this technique. And that's a fallacy. So if you design costing systems, you have to look at the company's products. You have to look at its strategy. You have to look at its environment. You have to tailor your costing systems and tools that you use to your specific situation. And even more granular than that, you may maybe approach use ABC, know some of your departments in not all your departments. Maybe in manufacturing, but not in HR, not maybe in sales. Again, companies tend to be lazy. And in a sense, we're part of the problem. We have to really convey the message, the need to really tailor costing systems to a specific organization. But the potential of management account has never been greater. So we have data mining now being explored in the field. Predictive analytics. We as management accountants take these tools and look at customer lifetime value. I mean, it reaches an incredible amount of value to our organization. So we need to, not as academics, but companies, really need to understand the complexities of designing costing systems, not try to take the easy way out. So there's a time here I didn't quite understand.
That's right, okay.
But, you know, about the US not adopting the APC, it reminded me of one of my trips to China when I was talking to the chairman of one of the top universities there. And he goes, oh, APC doesn't work in China, we have special circumstances here.
And all of China? And all companies in China?
Many times. So, but I said, it's not a Chinese thing. ABC doesn't work in half the US companies either.
Yes.
South Square Card doesn't either. Well, why? Because you're trying to just apply it in a very simplistic manner. You can apply the granularity and implement ABC should be tailored to the company. You have a very high level ABC model, great insights, but as you go more and more granular, the insights will decline, the cost will increase. So the companies think, oh, we need to go right down to the smallest detail, and of course, it's going to be prohibitively expensive to implement ABC. So we really need to implement these powerful tools that we do now have with greater perspective. But then having better costing systems is always one part of the problem. The other is selling these systems. So there's a lack of, we have a great costing system, but we really need to have a business case with management saying, this is the benefit that your organization will receive from implementing these systems. Because they do cost time and effort to implement. So we do need to demonstrate the power of these tools. And that's something that we as a profession think of in mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Raif. Thank you very much. Actually, Absalam, you must thank him. You must thank Professor Raif. He's approving you.
Thank you for our comments and very welcome your comments. As Professor Lawson said, that the benefits of the system is the important thing to think about before you using it or implementing. It depends on the variety of objectives, severe or level of severe competition confronting a company to implement this sophisticated system to both very great, highly great project costs in order to pricing it and keep them in the market to sell. You cannot think about a sophisticated system taking cost and effort without the benefits of the system for the company and sale. And thank you for all of you. And sorry for my meeting.
Thank you, Imran. Okay. Again, I must repeat this. The paper, your paper is well written. Thank you. We are over the time now. Moving to second paper. Dr. Faiza Ubaid Allah. Faiza Ubaid Allah. The paper is performance measurement in manufacturing companies and corporate governance. New perspective in management accounting. Again, performance measurement in manufacturing companies and corporate governance. New perspective, new, I think it is new. new perspective in management accounting. Faiza Ubaidallah is doctor in Damanhur University in Egypt. She will present the paper in English, and the discussion will go in English also. The paper itself contains a field study or an empirical study. So, you have 20 minutes from now.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here in Cairo University Accounting Department in the first international conference in accounting. I am Faiza Ubaidallah, Associate Professor at the Accounting Department, Faculty of Commerce, Damascus University, Egypt. My paper is entitled Performance Measurement in Management
Manufacturing
Companies and Corporate Governance, New Perspective in Management Accounting. What is the problem in this study? Recently, considerable attention has been devoted to examining the relation between further performance and corporate governance practices. However, most of the existing studies investigate whether the adoption of strong corporate governance practices led to improved performance, or if firms with good performance adopt strong corporate governance practices. In the present study, the story is different because the study provides a new perspective in a performance measurement system that builds links between main performance dimension and corporate governance practices to build new model for performance measurement. Therefore, the objectives of the study are understanding the relationship between the main performance dimension and corporate governance factors in manufacturing companies. Second, developing a performance measurement system that considers corporate governance practices. Third, applying the proposed model in a study. The outline of the study: introduction, lecture 2, theoretical development and hypothesis. This section is divided into two subsections. First, corporate governance principles and factors. Second subsection is our model to measure performance. Research method, discussion, summary and conclusions, and references. Now, I will focus on theoretical development and hypothesis. In the first subsection, corporate governance principles and factors. Many institutions put suitable principles to their environments. Therefore, there are many different schools of basic practices, but there is no one model of corporate governance that works in all countries and all companies. This study concluded 20 factors for corporate governance principles and practices. These are fairness, transparency, and responsibility. In fact, from the literature review and from the corporate governance school, I read many principles from different countries. I tried to find one general classification. In fact, fairness, transparency, and responsibility, in my opinion, is a general classification of these practices and principles. Fairness can comprise equitable treatment of shareholders, protecting the shareholder right, the right to review and approve the compensation of the board of directors, prevention the use of inside information against some shareholders, and so on. Transparency refers to introduce good quality information, timely and accurate disclosure in all material matters regarding the organization, including the performance, financial situation, ownership, and governance of the company. Some studies found that corporate governance mechanisms lead to improved disclosure transparency, measured by the level of internet financial reporting behavior. Responsibility refers to the role of all stakeholders to maximize firm value. It reflects the interaction among stakeholders such as shareholders, employees, creditors, customers, suppliers, and the environment. Therefore, the corporate governance framework as a performance measurement system should recognize and encourage achieving these responsibilities. Therefore, the first hypothesis in this study is there is a positive relationship between performance measurement system and corporate governance factors.
Okay.
There is a positive relationship between performance measurement system and corporate governance factors.
Okay.
The second subsection in the theoretical development is our model to measure firm performance. In order to identify the data dimensions of firm performance, fundamental design factors, input, process, output was applied. Such approach was chosen because it reflects the concept of integration between financial and non-financial measures, enabling employing the perception of cause and effect part. And in our belief, it complies with corporate governance factors. The proposed model of performance measurement begins with defining the strategic objective inside each dimension in performance, input, process, output, then identifying important metrics under each dimension with taking into account the corporate governance factors to determine the typical measures of these metrics. So, firm performance dimension in the left side, it comprises input, process, and output. In the left side, in the right side, corporate governance factors, it includes fairness, transparency, and responsibility. Among the all, the strategic objective. So I can build a proposed model for performance measurement with 15 measures of inputs, 13 measures of process, and 12 measures of outputs. In more details, Table 1 illustrates strategic objectives inside each 12 dimension, input, process, and output. You can notice in the main row the input, process, and output. And under any under any dimension of these, there are many strategic objectives. Let me explain one of them. Quality one. Quality one is a new concept in this study. I mean by it the desire to do something or to do the things in high quality. Because maybe the company has money, has efficiency, has everything, but the management has not the desire to do the quality or to do the things in high quality. So I think it's a very important input strategic objective. And so on, process and output. Table 2 illustrates the metrics of the proposed model. Input, process, output in the main row, and in the main column, corporate governance factors, fairness, transparency, and responsibility. I collected these measures from the literature review and from my experience as an accountant in many companies before I joined in the university. For example, the last one, responsibility, and in the middle, the process. You can notice innovation, number 5, product and service quality, cost time. In the literature review, these 4 factors name the main factor of success to be the first company in the industry. So I collected these metrics from the literature review. Table 3 illustrates or summarize the performance measure. Under every metrics, I put some measure. These measures for input and this for process, finally this for output. The total measure is 40 measures. So I have mentioned now, I must test the second hypothesis, all individual measures in the proposed model of input, process, output, performance measurement system that takes into account corporate governance factors are very important. That is the hypothesis which I test. The assertion method. This is study based on 3 methods. Number 1, a questionnaire that was distributed to 128 participants. This is the response, but already, actually I per each year. Second research method is interview undertaken with some of them and the emphasis on. A factor analysis of parking measures is performed. The results of the factor analysis and the person correlation indicate high factor loading for 36 measures in our model. That's mean my model now consists of 36 measures from 40 measures. The result and the analysis. Test for hypothesis 1, using p-test, the result shows that there are strong positive relationship between performance measurement system and corporate governance factors.
And it should be.
Yes.
Logically, it should be.
And this good step to continue my paper.
Without any statistical analysis, they should be. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for comment. This for hypothesis 2, using the t-test also, the result supports the hypothesis 2, which indicate high confidence for all individual measures in the proposed model of input process output performance measurement. Using ANOVA, we found significant differences in the importance of input and output measures according to apply or not apply corporate governance. The case study. Our case study is an Egyptian company that produces fertilizer. The company is listed in the Egyptian Securities Exchange. Therefore, it should apply corporate governance practices. The company produces 9 products through 6 production lines. It has many certificates of ISO. In order to evaluate the performance of this company using our proposed model, we collect the relevant data. Of course, the relevant data needs many times and many procedures to collect it. The results are reported as follows. This table is one example, but the paper has the 36 measures. For example, inputs, you can see the measure, and I calculate every measure for 2 years. 2013 and 2014, and compare between the 2 years. The case study resulted in many facts which can be classified into results related to input process and output measures. Summary and conclusion. In general, the results show that there is a strong positive relationship between performance measurement system and the corporate governance factors. Most of the individual measures in the proposed performance measurement system have high importance. There are significant differences between the degree of importance of input and output measures according to corporate governance applied. The proposed model introduces financial and non-financial, short-run and long-run, as well as physical and moral measures. The result of the case study shows that our model organizes the information in a clear order. It reduces the strengths and weaknesses in the firm performance and focuses on main activities in the company. Finally, this study introduces an initial attempt to build a performance measurement system by considering new variable corporate governance practices. Thank you for your attention.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. The only matter, the only thing I can say now about the way to write papers. In papers, especially in English or in Arabic, we shouldn't use, if you are an individual on the conversation, our, the not, okay? Right.
In fact, in Arabic, we said نعم.
نحن دي ما يقولهاش ربنا. هي بتاعت ربنا. نحن دي حتى الملك لو قالها يبقى وش. يعني هي او يقولها رئيس نحن عبد الفتاح السيسي امرنا بفتح القناه. نحن دي بتاعت ربنا. نحن يعني اقول لكم ايات كثيره يا نحن دي ربنا. لما تبقي انت واحده ما تقوليش نحن ولا انا ولا وي ولا بدل عاوز تقول رأيك قولي the author قولي the researcher or it seems to it would appear كلام كتير يعني anyway the floor is open now for discussions, comments and brief questions. Again, Dr. Saeed.
I have a couple of comments on this. First one is, if we talk about performance evaluation, why should we hear about the inputs and the process? If we can observe the outcome. If you can observe the outcome, right, or the output, you don't care about the input or the, if I say I did my test, that's irrelevant. The important thing is what the outcome is. Did I do the job well or not? So measuring inputs and process seems to me is relevant in this case. Concentration should be on the output, achievements, the output. Second point, you use the case study. And in the case study, you do not test hypothesis. There are no testing in the case study because you have a sample of one, right? And there is no testing in this case. So you have to think about this. The third point is,
in fact, she didn't formulate the hypothesis with regard to this case study.
Yes,
it was with regard to the questionnaire she made. 128 companies.
But still, I'll come to this.
But not one.
Right. But it's only if this is the case, and this is not a case study. This is a field study. But if you have a case analysis and you extract the themes and rules and all this, then you don't test hypothesis. But you can suggest the hypothesis. You can end up the study with
to be applied by others.
Suggesting hypothesis to be tested in other studies, in a cross-section study. Finally, I have a problem always with the questionnaire. And this is a common error in research. You do not test hypotheses about relationships in the empirical world, relation between performance measures and corporate governance by impressions, by opinions. That these people will give you their impression, their opinion.
They are liars, all of them.
Not even if they are honest. In this case, what you are measuring is the perceived relationship, the relationship as they see it.
Yes.
But not necessarily as it is in reality. See what I mean? So you're not measuring, you're not testing the actual relationship. You're testing the perceived relationship.
إدراك.
Now.
Thank you for your comment. Let me answer the last question, the last comment. Okay. You said I take the perception of the participant by the questionnaire. My respondents are accountants, okay, or financial manager.
Doesn't matter.
They can do
this is what they think, but this is not necessarily the case.
I need that in the first to order my measures and collect the best or the importance to apply in a case study. So I need this.
They're responsible to agree, strongly agree, right?
Yes.
Something like this. That's our impressions. These are not real measures of the phenomenon. Yeah, we're talking about the perceived relationship, not the empirical relationship.
But I think the case study solves the problem.
It is a valid point. The perception is different from what is applied.
I had to revise two dissertations I was discussing, examining exactly for this point. They thought they were testing empirical relation, while in fact they were testing a perceived relation. They had to reorganize.
We would like to hear Professor Raif again.
Is he here?
Raif, Professor Raif.
You got any comment? Thank you. Any questions from the floor? Abdul Hamid bin Tash. You got any questions? Go ahead. Go ahead in Arabic and I'll translate in English. Okay. You included 3 variables in corporate governance. Why not including all the factors affecting corporate governance, not just 3 variables?
Let me answer in English and I will translate. Okay. When I read in the literature review and the code of corporate governance, okay, read any code in many countries, okay, you can select any rule of them and put under fairness, responsibility, and transparency. Yeah, it takes me a lot of time for me to choose this factor. This factor is not in any study area. Okay, it's my contribution to this study. يعني ال3 عوامل اللي انا اخترتهم دول واللي كانت مساهمه مني.
Subjective, not objective. This subjective selection, not objective selection. And the point which is quite important now is the disclosure dilemma, disclosure factor, has no relevance at all to management accounting systems because everything in management accounting should be disclosed internally to all managers. This is the main difference between financial accounting from one side and the management accounting from the other side. In financial accounting, disclosure is a very important rule because we are serving outsiders, mainly outsiders. So we have to disclose everything. Not everything, the significant items. Reasonable disclosure, adequate disclosure, not full disclosure. What the meaning of adequate or reasonable, we have no agreement about this. What is reasonable to you can be not reasonable to others. What is adequate to you can be not adequate at all to others. Anyway, I'm not commenting on the paper. The difference between management accounting and financial accounting lies in this point, disclosure. In management accounting, we have to disclose everything. We have to disclose all details to assess managers, rationalize decisions. Okay, thank you, Dr. Faisal. Moving now, because we are running out of schedule, to the last slide, which is
the main conclusion for the research is that there was non-consistency in the disclosure of information about the IMEs among companies. Okay. Actually, although the entire 8 audit firms had prepared transparency reports, unfortunately, not all of them were successful, including what's called the PIE letters. The Big 4 audit firms had an overall better disclosure than the non-Big 4 about the roles, the characteristics of the IMEs. There is no agreed understanding or there is no common definition of the role or of the main role of IMEs among the audit firms. Actually, the main claim is that the IMEs were usually selected, hired, and paid by the audit firm executives, and this actually threatens not solving the issues problem by any. IMEs agreed that during the last 3 years of applying the code, not many investors have engaged in communicating with them, for example, for complaining or for suggestions even. There was no this communication. Most important, only IMEs of the 3 firms, BTO, KPMG, Pricewaterhouse, and Deloitte, were the only IMEs that expressed that they were satisfied with the performance of the current companies. Actually, this does not mean that the others were not satisfied, but at least it was not stated in the report. Users of the transparency report need more detailed information about issues that were discussed and concerned by the INEs rather than reading descriptive statements about them. They need more clear vision about the law. Our recommendations is the INE public interest letters should be mandated. The code should clearly state that INEs should address such letters to the public to ensure their accountability to the society, even if they are insured against legal actions. The INE should clearly disclose in the letters areas that can be improved by other firms. Further research to understand the extent to which transparency reports and INEs are reliable from investors' perspective and reasons of why they are not attractive to conduct dialogues with the company firm. The research supports the suggestion of the Tyson report in 2003 that institutional investors should be involved in the appointment of non-executives, not only the executives. And a guideline should be issued by the FRC to determine the minimum duties that need to be covered by the INEs to reflect the need of public interest. Which is really very big. Thank you.
I would like to thank the three presenters for the three presentations that we had in this session. And actually, I just want to have one comment on the last of the third presentation. Actually, your co-author, Dr. Danny, when he was doing his PhD, he was concerned about this issue, about the quality of all the firms. And actually, he did a good work. I think this is an extension of the work we did at the applied here in Egypt. We used to come to the EFSA, Egyptian Financial Supervisory Authority, to find out the quality of the audit research of the audit firm in Egypt. Thank you for the presentation. So now we are open the floor for any questions for the three papers. If you want to have a question for any one of the three papers, please, you can raise your hand now. Okay, so if you don't have any questions, no comments. So finally, let me again thank Dr. Makri Abdul for his effort in organizing this conference, and I want also to thank everybody who contributed to have this conference, and I want to thank everybody who came to participate with us in this conference. Thank you so much, and see you in the next section.
هيكون عندنا كوفي بريك بعد شويه. ممكن في ستيشن في الاوضه الثانيه. The other session in the Verde room is still running there, so you may join them. And then we'll have coffee break from 4 o'clock to 4:30. Then we will have two parallel sessions. One here is in Arabic, and the other is in the Verde room. Thank you.
ليس حيث أنا بصحة فكرة هي ليه شكون أخذ منكم مصاريف بلعب حاجات ضد الخطأ
Mais un thème traditionnel.
ثانية واحدة أنا جاية لك أهو. افتح كده تمام.
Solution for both students. So we can measure existing studies from to diagnose the problem rather than provide a solution. I examined the balance of three ownership variables: the institutional and the peer ownership and the managerial. For the institutional ownership, in line with the jump theory and the stakeholders theory and efficient monitoring hypothesis. This study exhibits that institutional ownership could affect the possibilities the manager's decision to adjust the resources when the sales change, which will bring the costs behavior closer to the optimal level. Empirically, she reported was conducted and 12 points that institutional investors indicates the influence of efficiency programs in cost effectiveness. So I expected a negative correlation between institutional ownership and cost effectiveness statement. The second variable, which is the state ownership. This study assumed that state ownership could increase the cost effectiveness statement for two main reasons. The first, the main concern of government is to lower the high unemployment rates and to increase GDP and accelerate the economic growth rates. During the periods of economic prosperity, governmental owners will induce managers to hire new resources, such as new workers, to actually increase the demand and reduce unemployment rates at the same time. However, during the demand decline periods, governmental owners will discourage managers and re-permit them from the levels that work on the hope that the demand will recover. And of course, this management, this government intervention will lead most to behave as a state. The second reason is that governments are located in the sectors that have funds and they can't easily obtain capital. Therefore, managers of businesses with state ownership are more likely to benefit from the government. On the other hand, the managers may have to respond to the government desire by not retiring the staff resources when that is the client. The two reasons make the post behave more sticky. The third variable, which is the managerial ownership, the resource adjustment hypothesis presented by this before 2003 explains that post stickiness allows mainly for manager decisions to adjust the resources. However, managers may make resource adjustment decisions to achieve personal gains, such as developing or to meet or beat the benchmark. So I expect that managerial ownership would increase cost stickiness.
1 minute. دقيقة.
About the study methodology, I investigated it two financial research purposes in the Egyptian exchange, and I examined 4 samples. The first 2 samples are between 2003 and 2013 without ownership structure data, and the second 2 samples are from between 2009 and 2013 with ownership structure sample. This is the study models for study models based on Anderson for 2003. The first 2 models for testing the cost thickness resistance, while the last 2 models for testing the influence of ownership structure. This is the descriptive statistics, and this is the regression statistics. The cost is to be sticky. Both coefficients B1 and B2 should be significant, but B1 should be positive and the B2 should be negative. This is the case here. So, the general administrative costs for the first sample behave distinct, while the cost of goods sold, the second example, behave undistinctly. The model of ownership structure, as we can see here, the increase or the higher the institutional ownership, the higher the cost thickness for both the selling general administrative and the cost of goods sold. And the same case for the state ownership, the higher the state ownership ratio, the higher the cost thickness. But managerial ownership was different here. The higher managerial ownership structure here increases cost thickness, but for selling general administrative decrease cost thickness. I will also deliver question business. I compare the cost thickness before and after applying the Egyptian corporate governance report in 2007. For this sample, I found the cost behave sticky, but this sample before the corporate governance report, and this sample was administrative after applying the code. The cost behavior for two samples were sticky, but the stickiness here after applying the code was lower than before applying the code. So here I can conclude that corporate governance code reduces the cost stickiness. But corporate governance code, the here for the cost of goods sold sample, it changes the cost behavior from unsticky to sticky.
Shall we say something? Okay. We left with 5 minutes only for questions coming from the floor. First, I would like to thank Mr. Said for his paper, cost thickness, which have been the subject of a master's degree in Zagazig University and also a PhD degree in Cairo University by Dr. Abdulhamid Montash, which is very hot now, for 1 month ago only, so let's say. Would you like Dr. Hamid to ask him something? About the ownership, الملكية لما تكون للدولة الكوست ستيتمنت ملهاش نمط. لما تبقى الملكية للمديرين النمط بيختلف برضه. Cost statements with ownership, if the structure, the ownership is governmentally ruled, the cost statements has no better. Something up and down all the time, according to your practices. عبد الحميد تفضل. You are speaking about cost of goods sold? Before cost of goods sold, before governance, application of corporate governance, and after corporate governance. It is expected that corporate governance will limit the states. Your result shows the reverse. Yes, yes, it is right. B, the measure B, the coefficient.
Post thickness have achieved the mixture of post thickness from unsticky to sticky.
What is the coefficient of B? In this case, 1.1.
The coefficient to be here is 1:15 and here is -1.
Dr. Saeed, would you like to add something? تفضل.
My first question is, did you use control variables in your model?
No.
That one, no. We know that demand uncertainty, cost structure, affects behavior of cost statements. And this would be included in the model as control variables. Okay. Second point is your samples span a long time period, including the financial crisis.
Yes.
Right?
2009.
Before and after?
Include the financial crisis.
Yes.
Yes, I didn't.
2007 up to 2013.
Of the crisis around the cost statements. Given the crisis, I would expect less cost statements. Because with the pessimism about the future, companies will tend to cut resources when demand goes down. That's during the crisis time. So this also should be included. Dummy variable before and after, before 2008 and after 2008. That could separate the effect of
2009.
Yes, financial crisis.
I agree with you completely. The effect of financial crisis and the effect of economic growth. This one has the economic growth has a control variable. And after Anderson, I presented a paper, published a paper about the relationship between economic growth and the cost thickness. And I make a comparison between cost thickness before the financial crisis and the cost thickness after the financial crisis. I addressed this issue in another paper. In this paper, I focused the only one question.
He assumed that there is no relationship. He assumed that there is no effect. Okay?
But in another paper, I found the effects.
Another way to deal with this is to use fixed term model. Fixed term model will take care of the effect of any variables from the model. Your model will use many variables, which we don't know the effect will be what the effect will be on the statements. So you can't just assume. Thank you.
ايه؟ دكتور ابراهيم؟ دكتور فلاح؟ اهلا يا احمد، ازيك؟ تربيس يورسيلف عرف نفسك. Zagazig University. Topic of your master degree is? Would you say it in Arabic and that translate the topic? Oh yes. عنوان الرسالة. قولها بالعربي ما تقلقش. عنوانها شركات مساهمة مصرية ينيجي. Thank you.
حضرتك ما ذكرتش في البرزنتيشن that you choose fixed shape partner يعني ABG ثبت البرزنتيشن حاجه جابوا جي بي ديفليتور ورسموا عليه كل الافكار والرسم يعني بيكون راح بس خلوا كل النمبرز وشيء طبعا واحد عشان بيختار بيز ما يبقاش تغير في الاسعار اللي هو شويه تكون هي بسبب
انت عملتها في الرساله. بس العيب بتاعه انه خدته selling and general administrative expenses as a block, as one unit. If you divide these expenses into sections, we have different stories now. No, he's making it in management accounting. The disclosure point is not relevant. No, he say it. Anyway, thank you. Considering that this is the first paper to you. First paper you made.
No.
Second paper?
The first paper for me was with Dr. Muhammad Hassan Al-Azim.
No, paper, not thesis.
It was a paper, research paper.
A paper?
Yes, a paper was presented in conference in Italy, and the one that is the paper award. This is Dr. Muhammad Hassan Al-Azim.
Any other questions? I do really thank you, and I apologize for the timing. It's 5 minutes after 4. Okay, finishing this session now. Again, I would thank you for your attendance, and thank you again. ازيك يا احمد؟ ايه بس تيجي بدري شويه عشان الراجل ده.
انا كنت لهم الصبح بس ما خدتش يوم حضرتك.
اهلا بيك. ما عملتش ليه؟ ما عملتش ليه؟ كنت تقدم يا دكتور سعيد.
ماشي يا دكتور شوف متاخر.
لا كنت تعمل.
الدكتور ابو العز قدم بقى بيبر.
كنت تعمل بقول له على احمد هنعمل بيبر هنا
مؤتمر يعني.
كان
ما عرفش انا متاخر بقى.
السلام عليكم. اهلا يا حبيبي ازيك؟
المره الجايه ان شاء الله. شكرا.
باذن الله. باذن الله. حلو البيبرز حلو. هي بس الاغنيه حلوه بتاع اللبينه.
الاغنيه
مخوفاني شويه.
الاغنيه
اللي هي بتاع الليبيين انها والريتنج يا دكتور سعيد.
بس البرزنتيشن
مخوفاني بقى اللي يكونوا شادينها من هنا.
لا والله
خايف منها قوي. انها والريتن
انت اسمك كمان؟ انا خايف ولا اقفلك بوظ الدنيا.
يا هلا
اقفل؟
اقفله.